This is a horror game podcast. It is meant for mature audiences. It may contain adult language, violence, and sexual themes, as well as shocking revelations. Viewer discretion is advised. Greetings, fellow investigators, and welcome to our video podcast, Into the Darkness, where my friends and I are playing the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game. I'm your host, Thom Raley. The scenario is Ergolang Faust. It was written by Victor Graur, who is also our Keeper of Arcane Lore, and this is a one-shot. A couple of things before we begin. We do not monetize our show with YouTube, but we do have a Patreon where you can give us a small pledge, a couple of dollars a month, to help defray the cost of producing the show. In fact, we have a new patron. Tina Schmidt has pledged €3 a month to our club, and for this we are grateful. Thank you very much, Tina. So, for the next few hours, clear your minds of local distractions, and we shall begin our journey into the darkness. Victor.
Thank you very much, Thom. We begin our story in the far distant future of 2401. As camera is panning on this mysterious planet that is also desertous as well as forestous in nature. We zoom in on this wide desert. The camera moves fast until it reaches a gate. Now, this gate and the walls that are composed have this weird alien aspect to them. As we are going above the wall, we start to see some very human-like and mundane structures. We go towards the central building through the window, and we land in the middle of this corridor. The corridor has plastered on it the name Personal Wing, and going to each door, entering the door, we see people sleeping in some very, very comfortable beds. You are going to wake up, each one of you, from a deep and quite fulfilling sleep. But here is where the problems start to arise. You feel comfortable after a night full of rest, but you cannot really tell exactly how you got here. Looking around, each one of you, you may see possessions that are more than familiar to you. You see your belongings. You may get up, wash your face, even take a shower, look in the mirror. Everything seems normal. Your routine is disrupted by this crackling of an intercom, and you hear this voice that is speaking in an unfamiliar it's not a familiar voice to you, but they have this authoritative tone, yet friendly, and they say, "Hi, this is General Savington of Thaumiel 16 Mining and Research Station. I have been made aware that you all woke up, and you may have a lot of questions. Feel free to equip all your gear and apparel, go and stop by the cantina, get a nice full lunch, And I am more than happy to meet you all and answer all your questions. Click. You exit all your rooms. You first see each other. Some of you may or may not know each other, but you decide to ask people. Many persons in the staff seem to be walking on these corridors. They are very friendly. They indicate to you where you need to go to the cantina. And we are going to cut the scene with you all sitting at a nice round table in a brightly lit cantina with this very orange, yellowish light from the arid landscape outside.
Guys, this seems rather disorienting. Were we in cryo? Were we brought here and we're just experiencing a little cryo psychosis? I don't seem to remember how I got here or why. My name is Dr. Tadnemo Puck. You just call me Dr. Puck. I'm a botanist, biologist. Just a little disoriented. Some of you look familiar, but do we know each other?
Dr. Puck, I believe I've read some of your research. I was particularly interested in your work on sulfur oxidizing phototrophs. I wonder if that might be why we're here. And
possibly. I do a lot of taxonomical work to.
I don't smell a whole lot of sulfur around, but if the yellow of the dunes outside isn't any indication, we might be up to our necks in it. I wonder if that's why you were brought here. Apologies. I'm Dr. Gerhard Sorensen, field geologist. Spend most of my time out banging rocks together rather than pulling them out of the ground for financial gain.
That might be something you I mean, geology of this obviously isn't Earth.
No.
Or one of the colonial worlds.
Well, if you're a field geologist, then I guess it'll be my job to show you out there. I'm Ellis Brun. I'm a survey tech. All I can say is this isn't our Texas usual style. I'm not used to having such a weird awakening like this.
No, usually they're a bit more forward. It tends to cut down on morale issues.
Maybe there's a security issue
around that.
Maybe there's a security issue around it. You're a security. You look like a security card.
Yeah, I'm Vern Planko. I'm Artec Security, retired military. I have no idea how I got here.
You don't know why we're here?
I don't know. I'm wondering. I don't know where we are. I think he said Thermal 16.
Thaumiel 16, a mining colony, I think it was.
Yeah, I think so. Well, maybe this general will tell us why we're here, but it's very disconcerting when you're security and you haven't been properly briefed. But
tell me about it.
And you look like a doctor. You there? Are you
Hello?
medical?
I am. I'm a doctor of medicine. I'm originally from the valleys of Wales, and now I found myself in quite a different environment. I'm Dr. Dougie to my friends, but Doug Borin is my name. I used to be a paramedic and then took a doctorate, and I was head of a department, and now I'm here. I have no idea who any of you are or where I am now.
So, a medical doctor, 2 scientists, a techie, and a security guy, and none of us know why we're here. Must be some sort of, I don't know. Is this the way that they sometimes do things when they have a high enough security? They just snatch us out of cryo and.
I wouldn't know. This is the first time I've experienced this in my time at Artex.
This is
I mean,
not
if this-
standard operating procedure at all. I of all people, especially if I'm going to be the security on this mission, need to know what's going on. So I really want to talk to this general who's running the
Keeper,
planet.
are there a lot of other people here in the cantina, or is it mostly empty?
There are many, many people around talking. Some are eating at other tables. It's quite an active scene around you. You see people that you are not familiar with of all age ranges. They have either scientific attire or mining attire. You don't get the feeling that any of you have attracted their attention at all.
Keeper,
But it,
does this setup remind me of home, like my personal home being a mining colony itself, or is this different?
It has some similarities, but the similarities stop at the fact that you have seen practically 2 or 3 rooms if we put the corridor as well.
Ah,
does it seem a newer facility? Everything looks neat and clean, no paint wearing off the walls, or does it look like an older thing that we've been brought into?
This place in particular looks clean and well cared of.
Yeah, so I feel comfortable. I don't feel like I'm terrified. I feel like they've probably, it's just some corporate, the way the corporate deals with people. Just move them where you want to move them. I'll figure it out later.
Since we're asking out of character questions, given my background and fields of interest and study, can I throw dice for Gerhard to know the origins of Thaumiel?
Yes.
Are you talking about
if you have anything regarding history, astronomy, anything that has to do with the Genesis program, which you all know, it's how Artex has colonized pretty much all the systems in the Milky Galaxy.
I rolled rather well, but unfortunately not high enough for either of those two to matter. Or low enough, I should say. Sorry. So no, I know nothing about the origins of that name.
So is this cantina? I'm looking out the window. It's I guess it's it's got a view of the vista of the outside. It's obviously a desert world, and so Vern's just looking at it. And when I was in the military, I spent a lot of time doing ground pounding and a lot of desert planets or colonial uprisings and things. So I'm wondering if that's why they brought me here, because I'm familiar with this type of environment.
Blanco, as you look outside the window, give me a spot hidden.
75, and I think it's a fail. Let's take a look. Spot hidden. Nope, that's a fail.
Okay. Outside, as you are all looking, if you also want to look, you see a space bustling with activity. You see the mining crews. They seem to be changing shifts and also executing all the maintenance operations. However, there is this thing where you can definitely see, and this wasn't the spot hidden, all this plateau is surrounded by these walls that definitely, without even rolling something, you immediately realize that they are not part of this military base. This doesn't look like architecture that would be built by a human. It seems very, very archaic. It seems sturdy enough, and you kind of have this impression for people that have some history. You are kind of drawn back to the Great Wall of China back on Xterra, looking at it. You have this long, and seems to be a thick brick wall. But when I say brick wall, the bricks are large, clay-like, and pretty much of of an orange tint to them.
Well, we built it, at least as far as we're concerned.
I don't know why we'd build something.
Would
that
I
looked
recognize
like
it,
that.
Victor?
What do you want to know about it, to ask more broadly?
Uh, does it belong to my special interest? Is it a structure that or are the building methods similar to that?
I would say that you can definitely, as you have been interested, I'm going to delta green this a little bit.
Sure.
You automatically get to know that this is not man-made, this wall.
Yeah.
More details without a roll or a higher grade of success, but
I can give it an archaeology or an anthropology roll.
I will take archaeology.
Oh, phew. All right. A 16 out of 50. All right, boys, the dice are hot tonight.
You just jinxed it for all of us.
We are all going to die horribly.
The best roll in the game has been cast. Yeah, no, this is definitely alien in nature. As being meta or not is still to be determined. But you think that getting closer, like exiting this base and getting closer to see what may look like some inscriptions on it or some decorum, might shed some light on it. But I'm going to keep in mind the result of that roll, just
Sure.
because you can't get any closer. As you all are looking through the window, you probably go back, finish your meal. Everybody starts to leave the cantina. People give you looks, but they are not weird looks. They are like, hey, new people. They probably never saw you before. And as everyone is leaving and you are preparing to leave as well, you see this stern gentleman with a very, very smart cut, stern look. They seem to be dressed in this formal wear that has the Artex Penrose triangle minimized on their attire.
Nice.
They have very, very calculated and reassuring step. They see you and approach you, and they smile politely, and they present themselves as General Savington. He shakes hands, a firm grasp, and he will tell you the following. Gentlemen, I'm more than pleased to finally meet you. My name is General Savington, John Savington. I am the man in charge on this mining operation. As I said, I will clarify a lot of your questions. I hope that you found the food prepared here to be of decent standards.
Yeah, it was okay.
Gerhard is actively holding 2 cups of coffee that he brought with him.
That's perfect. So, we have a lot to discuss. First, indeed. You have been summoned on Thaumiel 16 in order to undergo a very, very special mission. This mission is of a very high classification order. As such, I am not at liberty to discuss it until you will also be meeting with some special branch of Artex services. However, what I can tell you is this. You are currently on an exoplanet that has been discovered through the Genesis colonization program approximately 200 years ago. It is a site that has provided a great supply of precious minerals, most importantly, bauxite. As you may have already known, our need for fully recyclable materials is on the front of the list. Now, you are not here for the mining. You are here to conduct a recon mission. We might have hit the mother lode in a specific sector of this planet. However, we have tremendous difficulties breaching this area. And he's going to talk to you a little bit about the details, not in excruciating detail. It's an army man. It's going to tell you a lot of very, very to the point stuff. Not a man of too much words, but I want all of you to roll me a psychoanalysis if you have something like that on your sheet as he's talking.
No.
Reason I am a geologist and not a lawyer.
That's Bell. I knew it wouldn't.
So no successes. Okay.
No.
Yeah, he finishes his small speech, has a friendly demeanor, and he invites you to walk along with him. He tells you that if you wish to bring something with you, you can bring coffees or donuts or something extra if you want. You are going to be part of a small presentation for the briefing of this mission. So,
could you answer one question for us, though? First, why is it that we don't know how we got here? What did you guys do? Hijack us because we're under Artax's contract and you just took us out of our beds and brought us here?
When you put that question, he has this weird look of discomfort on his face and of worry. But he quickly changes back to his usual self and is like, all will be explained in the presentation, I assure you.
That's not filling me with confidence.
Yeah, well, I'm grabbing coffee for this then.
Vern's kind of been just.
I'm going to go top
listening
off
back.
and I'll be back.
Yeah. These are the five. I'll probably go with Gerhardt and say, so we're the volunteers that decided to go into the kill zone to find out what's keeping. What the hell?
If that wall is what I think it is, then they at the very least know how to use the right baits.
Well, we should be able to surmise certain things because of who we are and what our specialties are. So,
Well, you and
I look outside. I know there's usually plenty of life in the desert, but it's the kind of stuff that would take, years and years of study to catalog. I don't think they brought me here to catalog the taxonomy of an alien planet. It sounds like they want us to go into a territory that they're unfamiliar with.
You and I have a general interest in chemistry. They brought a field technician, a survey technician, which implies, like you said, I think, exploration.
We got a gun. This is a security.
But only
guy.
one. So either we're expendable,
except the doctor's with us to fix our. Yeah. Well, the paychecks damn good, so.
So one thing I don't like about our texts is oftentimes their methods inspire more paranoia than what one is usually comfortable with.
Sometimes I think that they're probably run by AI, although they deny that completely.
I mean, I'd hate to imagine the corporate office that has to deal with the amount of information throughput if they weren't run by AI.
Corporate office computer.
As you're speaking,
He comes back. There are now 2 donuts on top of each.
Yeah.
I'm going to say that you also probably slipped, of course, consequenceless, because you slipped some of this critique, valid critique, we are impartial here, of the corporation, even in the presence of the general, and they haven't changed at all, not even a smirk or anything. Give me a spot hidden as you're returning with your...
Sounds like you're saying he just looks really serious about his
I
self-improvement.
am
Serious.
100% focused on those donuts. I got a
I
76.
passed.
I got a 76 over 50.
I
so,
passed,
yeah.
but
Got a 19, which is
Damn.
I got a hard success.
Nice.
I got a
Hard
hard
as well.
success too. Yep.
Those that passed and even higher successes, you observe immediately that you were waiting for Dr. Puck and Dr. Sorsen to return, and you shifted your attention towards them because they were moving away. And as they are coming back, and of course you don't want to be unpolite to your discussion partner, to the general, you return back to him. You have this very, very weird sense that he was like a statue, pretty much looking, giving a 1,000 stare. And immediately when you look back at him, he's like reanimated again. And it's like, okay, so have you all took all your necessities this way? And it shows, it starts walking on the corridor, guiding you towards brightly lit room. You still see people walking around, and you enter this room. It's called database room, and you're familiar with it. It's pretty much a boring presentation like PowerPoint in the 400s. You each take a seat at one of the desks in the room. You see you have a terminal in front of you, and there is also a big whiteboard, interactive whiteboard on the wall opposing to you. General Savington waits near the door to see you all seated. And 2 other individuals walk into the room. Now, all you have seen until now are pretty much very, very mundane looking people. These are the exception. You see a guy and a girl, a man and a woman, that are very, very obviously cybernetically enhanced. They don't make an effort to hide it, even though it's pretty much frowned upon. They have the aspect of secret services from Artex. They have these long trench coats. They have shades on. They are pretty much almost identical except for their gender, which could possibly include a family bond. And they don't say anything. They enter the room. They look at the general nods. They go to the whiteboard, take a seat at some of the computers there. They have this very, very weird secretive attitude towards them, but they sit down. They don't say any kind of greeting. And General Savington says, right, so these are Agents Koshi and Lovelace from Artex specific Secret Service branch. They are here to assist your presenter for this interactive tape that is going to explain a lot of the mission, which is Adam. Now, assistance for an AI is usually unneeded, but for the recommendations of these missions, I have been specifically instructed to have them here. Saying this, he claps and exits the room, closing the door behind him. You hear this synthesized voice start speaking, and you recognize it immediately as Adam, your advanced digital assistant manager. And as he is starting to speak, he's going to show you this interactive presentation. Hi, welcome to Thaumiel 16 Mining and Research Site. What you're about to witness is a cyber tape of level Alpha 01 clearance. Viewing by people with insufficient credentials is strictly prohibited. The contents of this cyber tape may be influenced and or corrupted by phenomena referred to as a cognitive hazard. Follow the instructions provided by your supervisor viewing this tape. And it proceeds. You are currently on Thaumiel 16, terrestrial exoplanet, orbiting LLLL, and when it reaches this point, you see the two agents rapidly shift the keyboards over, and they have these gloves with metallic fingertips, and they start very rapidly, pretty much interacting with the motherboards of the terminal themselves, and pretty much debug Adam in real time as it's reading this to you. Cognitor hazard removed. Automated message invalid. With a gravitational pull of approximately 1.0001 G, temperatures ranging between +6 and +45 degrees Celsius. The space body is covered in deserts and tropical forests at a 1:3 ratio and is estimated at having a mass of 1.2 times the one of Xterra. It's going to present a general situation on the station, and it's also going to update your logs, which you will immediately receive after I finish this. Thaumiel 16 Mining and Research Base, nicknamed for convenience as TH16, is residing inside the wide desert with rich bauxite and oil deposits. The perimeter of the base is delimited with a large walled section, possible work of left-right. Outside this perimeter, we have the zone, analyzed in the following segment of this tape. And it suddenly glitches, and you hear this weird buzzing noise as the agents recalibrate this. Intermission required. Please repeat the following phrase loudly and clearly into your terminal microphone. I am a happy member of this human community built by humans for humans.
Do we have microphones?
You have microphones on your desks that are directly connected and prompting you to do so.
I'm
a happy
member of this human community built by humans for humans.
Perfect. Give me a power roll as you're saying this.
Vern
Path.
deliberately
Failure.
Vern deliberately did not say it because he's very suspicious of these two. Security and Secret Service don't always get along, so he's not going to say it yet. He's sort of standing up. He's not even sitting down. He's sort of back to him, just kind of keeping an eye on everything.
Those of you that have passed, roll me a 1d3. Those of you that didn't, lose 1 PowerPoint. Those of you that passed, the result of the 1d3 is how much power you gain.
Solid power roll.
I gained 5 power.
Dang.
I guess groaning before saying the words helped me.
On the 1d3,
Yes. Oh, sorry. 3. I was using
Yeah,
a D6 as a D3.
Yeah.
My bad.
Yeah, no
I got
problem.
2.
Your
Oh,
dice are anomalous.
Right?
Adam continues. You are here to explore the zone. Arctic's intelligence and security defines the zone as an area estimated to be 200,000 square kilometers. While its borders are uncertain, this very site sits on the lower western limit of it. All electronic apparatus seems to have increased chance of malfunctioning upon entering it. Seems to have a strong cognitive hazardous influence on those who enter. Emits a signal of various frequencies, some of which have been recorded, processed, and identified as Artex-signed transmissions. The designer may interfere with certain media, as demonstrated in this cybernetic tape. Common symptoms of entering the zone or being in close proximity to it are, but are not limited to nausea, sense of lost sensory hallucinations, amnesia, headaches, the Mandela effect, deja vu, intermission required. Please write the following on your terminal. Your full name, comma, the full name of a significant other, period. Save this document with the name idneda.odt.
Okay.
That way.
Vern will do that part.
You may give me, as you're doing this duty, another power roll.
All right, we passed this one.
Mm-hmm.
Why not give it a shot?
I
Or
failed
passing-
this one.
That was a fail.
Yeah, just past this one.
For passing this one, you get one power point. For losing it, you decrease 1 power point.
Ooh,
Those
okay.
that failed, you have a weird tendency to try to put your name and the name that you have of a significant others flipped. But you rapidly self-correct because you're like, why would I put that name first? And the presentation stops. Thank you for listening. Keep in mind, you are important. You matter. Artex needs you. But then it quickly flashes. And it stops. The 2 agents flip the keyboards back. They seem to type something on their wristwatches. And Commander Savington, General Savington, comes back into the room. So, you gentlemen have been instructed on your duty here. I am now at full disclosure to give you more information should you want.
So you're going to send us to explore, and you want us to use our expertise to gather information?
That is
It's
correct.
a little more complicated than that, if that presentation is accurate.
Well, somebody just doesn't know how to do PowerPoint. It's tricky.
Something the presentation mentioned has clued me in that this might be a bit more than an average walk through the desert, Dr. Puck.
You mind telling us more about this effect the zone has on devices, General? I'm not sure if I need to worry about my drone when I go out there.
You are going to be given a specific device that may be able to inform you on the magnetic fields that the zone exudes. I would recommend that unless the magnetic values are nominal, you should not use the drone.
Understood.
General, I'm a little more concerned about the effects on, let's just say, the human beings that are going to be going in there.
Yeah.
I mean, I know why I'm here. I have desert experience on multiple planets. I'm here to get them in, guard them while they're doing what they're doing, and then get them out safely. I can't
That's right.
guarantee that'll happen if I'm having people having psychotic breakdowns or something while we're out there. Could we learn a little bit more about what the effects this is on human beings?
And can I make a roll based on what I saw in the presentation of what those symptoms could lead to? Exactly what condition?
Yes, you can, Dr. Borin. Blanco, when you ask this, the general response calmly, we have taken a specific training from a brand new member of this base that has been accredited as a senior psychoanalyst with studies in xenoarchaeology. You will be meeting them very soon. We are pretty much following all their instructions in order to keep you safe as much as possible.
Dr. Puck, as I had mentioned, I am a geologist and I am a chemist, but I also have a more than passing interest in xenoanthropology. So I'm willing to bet it is less my expertise with rocks and things that go boom and more my expertise with the Neda that they dragged me out here for. After all, their own PowerPoint just stated that the wall outside is of Nade construction.
Okay, you're like up here. I don't know what you're talking about. What is that?
The Nade are theorized to be or have been. I'm going to look, or he's going to look at the general and raise an eyebrow, kind of like, if I start talking, are you going to shoot me? Kind of question.
They're not giving you permission to speak your mind.
Sure. The Nade are theorized to have been a sentient species that inhabited large swaths of the galaxy before humanity escaped the cradle of soul.
No shit.
There are all sorts of strange, hesitate to call them new agey, but belief systems that have sprung up around some of these archaeological finds.
So wait, you're saying that wall out there wasn't built by us?
That is what the PowerPoint is saying. And having looked at some of the ruins myself, I'm inclined to agree with that conclusion, yes.
But they're like long gone, 1,000,000 years ago or something.
I'm going to look very pointedly at the general again and not break eye contact with the man and just say, supposedly.
He nods.
Well,
I'm
going to accidentally drop one of my coffee cups. Okay. Life just got a whole lot more interesting. You have one?
We have yet to capture a living specimen of the supposed Neda civilization.
But that implies that there's one to be captured, that one is actively evading. Or am I just sorry? I've had maybe a bit too much coffee. Maybe I'm leaping to conclusions here. I
mean, you're the expert here, but
I wouldn't go as far as
heard a little bit of rumors about that stuff.
I wouldn't go as far as expert, but generally, corporate picks its words very carefully.
Okay, well, I mean, you guys are talking about it as if it's an animal, but we're talking about a sentient species.
Well, until 5 minutes ago, I thought it was a fossil.
Well, yeah.
So you will have to forgive me as I adjust my paradigm here.
I've studied, a lot of the exobiology that we've discovered, but never anything, most of it's like insectoid or slugoid. We've never found anything that's, larger than a mouse. Well, I mean, there's there's the sligs, but the sligs are just delicious, not sentient.
Both the most beneficial and detrimental aspect to having a species, tasting good to humans.
Wow, I mean, you just blew my mind. I want to meet aliens.
Unfortunately, I don't really think there's going to be any to meet unless the general did indeed mean what he said.
Well, they
as
did
Dr.
mention,
Sorensen said.
They did mention a new member of the staff, and it might be by.
As you're mentioning the new member, the general confirms the following. Our new staff member heavily recommends me to, and it's looking weirdly around the room, to give you information on a very, very planned or pre-planned schedule. You're meant to know what you're meant to know at very, very specific times.
So typical corporate procedure.
Yeah. But you mentioned.
Yeah, but
sorry, Dr. Putt.
Yeah. It's just, I mean, I kind of get that. It's like the people who try to do meditation, but they don't have the training. They can really fuck themselves up. I think that maybe the idea here is that they got to give us the information in the right order, or we're not going to put it together in our heads correctly. Would you say that's correct?
That's a reasonable conclusion.
Dr. Bourne, what were some of the symptoms again?
No.
Yeah, so symptoms, let's see, they were amnesia, nausea, and I list off the rest. And then I go, although one of them I couldn't quite make out because it seems that PowerPoint also comes with a side of dyslexia on this planet.
I saw that one. I believe it read the feeling of being watched.
You're a puzzle solver?
I
You're
mean,
good at looking at glitches.
I also have some training in linguistics, yes. Sorry,
I'm excited.
So am I. That's why I had to reel myself back in there a little bit. Almost got a bit tinfoil hatty there. I apologize.
Are they friendly? Are they violent? Do they want to eat us?
If these things are hostile, I'm going to need to know a lot more before we go in there about them, not just as it comes up. I'm going to need to know, can they be killed if we need to kill them?
That's just it. You don't want to kill it if it's the last of its species.
Well, you might change your mind if it's trying to kill you first.
Well, I do believe that scientists are expendable in the face of exploration. People have risked their lives for all sorts of reasons. I wouldn't want to be the cause of the death of what's left of an ancient species. I'm just one of them.
General,
how many humans are there now? 35 trillion?
General, out of morbid curiosity, how many people have you lost exploring this zone?
It's having this weird effect on him when you ask it in that specific part. It says quite many, but when it says this, you can give me a psychoanalysis again.
Unless I roll an ot1, I ain't making this. No, we did not make it.
Do we have the option of opting out of this mission?
It has this somber look on his face, and he's saying, look, we have taken some precautions. This was, to be frank with you, an iterative process. You are not exactly the first ones to be sent in this endeavor.
What a shocker.
However, You are the lucky
Sorry.
group that may actually have the biggest chances yet of succeeding. We have a specific plan to keep you safe. In order to get this plan, and it already updated your tasks, Adam, you may go around the station and speak with certain experts. The biggest one in the actual survival, and something that probably Sergeant Planko would be interested in, is to talk with Sergeant Nathan Decker, which is currently on the station, and they are an expert in surviving the zone. They are one of the very few that actually came back, but I have to warn you, they are quite the personality type. You need to see it to believe it.
Oh. You know, you're not a very good salesman. It's like, here, we'd like to sell you a car, but it's a death trap.
You make it sound like we won the lottery, but it doesn't sound like it's a very good prize, really.
Well, I mean...
Well, I'm not going to sugarcoat it.
The opportunity is good.
Who do you have on staff that's... was that writing on the wall that I saw earlier?
Yes, the wall presents inscriptions that may be originally from the lost civilization.
Why can't you say their name?
I just did.
PowerPoint couldn't say it either. Things are very interesting around here. Who's leading your linguistics team?
Looking at his database, he gives you a name, and it says Agent Garrett is currently employed in all the archaeological and linguistical studies.
Could you give us more? I mean, all right, we'll go and find what data we can, which I hope that you're honest and that we can look through it. What exactly are we going to do? What do you want us to do? Tell us where we're going, where you're dropping us off, and what our mission is.
Come with me, and makes a small sign with his hand. The two agents haven't left the room. They are still seated at their desks, and you go through multiple parts of the complex until you reach this other chamber. In it, you see the general pretty much looking through some drawers, and it extracts a couple of items that pretty much, to put it bluntly, shock you in a way. It puts a radio on. This radio looks like an antique battery-less radio. It puts a map that is printed, no electronic stuff, with 3 specific dots spread around in the zone. It gives you compass. Yeah, the old compass. It also starts rummaging around, and it puts one helmet down, and it says that each one of you will have one. It instructs you that it's built of a material that may block the signal and has a very, very high success rate.
I mean, 1 is technically larger than 0 by an infinite amount. So how high of a success rate are we actually talking about?
Approximately 80, 85%.
So we're all getting one of these, I presume?
Yeah. Each one of you will have one tailored for your size.
I'm going to
That's reassuring.
tap the map with my finger and say, are you telling us that our tech is probably not going to work?
You are more than free to take any kind of technology we are here to provide. But I am telling you that also that you will be in need of some backup plans if you wish to survive the zone.
Okay.
Old-fashioned analog compasses of analog equipment to locate perhaps maybe some kind of sector or something that we can measure distances, things.
Yeah, I actually
Old
pulled
school.
my survey goggles that is supposed to serve as a rangefinder and ask if these will work.
Almost all electronic devices will work. However, as I've told you, and it puts another item on the table, and you see this weird device with a lot of cables and pretty much a needle indicator. This will indicate the presence of the signal. We, as far as we know, and what I'm allowed to tell you is that the signal seems to be, and it takes a moment, alive. It seems to change its parameters as you are staying in the zone, and it seems to react to human presence in it.
React how?
The more you
The
stay
other
in a
way.
location, the more it will try to fight you back out of the zone.
So you're saying this place is literally hostile territory?
Have you
As far
considered
as we know, yes.
have you considered there's a reason it doesn't want you? It seemingly doesn't want anyone in the zone. Have you considered there's a reason for that?
Doesn't want the crazy monkeys coming into its territory.
Accurate description, Doc.
I mean, we're the aliens, right?
Fair point.
But it has
Well, I
come
can-
here
scared of
and
us.
hunted us all down.
What I
So-
can also tell you is, and it finishes by saying it's rubbing its temples. Let's say that these 3 points on this map are places where the signal has a very, very peculiar behavior. Should you be able to go there and actually follow some instructions that I'm not yet cleared to give you, we believe that we may be able to turn off the signal forever.
turn it
This is
off.
one of those time-gated pieces of information you mentioned earlier.
Yes.
So the mission is go in and basically deactivate this signal. That's the mission.
Yes.
And assumingly things will suddenly get clearer because the cognitive interference will be lessened. Interesting.
I presume we're going to be paid well for the level of secrecy we're keeping here?
Oh, yes. You are going to be compensated quite handsomely.
Much appreciated.
They could tell you that they're going to pay you $1 bazillion and then you're going to die and they don't have to pay you anything.
Well, if I don't die, I got $1 bazillion.
That's true. Plus, if we succeed and we actually meet these things or converse with them or find flora or fauna that's never been seen before, we get all the
Knowledge.
glory.
Absolutely.
Well, we
Doc.
get the knowledge, but we get the glory. They make statues of us saying, first men to not die. When
We
they
can dream
make
at least.
aliens.
With small rooms on the pedestal as well.
Wait, what does he do? I'm sorry. Okay,
Nothing.
so you said runes. I'm like, hang on, what? So our mission parameters right now are to wander the base and seek out whatever relevant information we feel might be needed for this operation.
Yes, you are to stay on this base for exactly 2 weeks. You may very well take all the preparations you may need. I am at your disposal, as well as my colleagues. I have updated your PDAs to contain information on all the branches that we are currently studying and activating upon on this station. You may very well not pursue anything if you do not want or feel to, but after 2 weeks, you are going to be sent on the expedition.
Oh, 2 weeks. Well, that's plenty of gathering time.
And this is the same process that other expeditions have been walked through? You said that this was an iterative process.
I can tell you that other expeditions didn't have the privileges to have this type of training now. Yeah.
See,
you've learned from your mistakes.
That's correct.
You're giving us more information. I want to
what
meet
is
this Decker fellow.
You read my mind, Dr.
Not,
Puck.
Hopefully he's just not a corporate puppet made out of yarn.
Well, if he was the last security guy that went out with them, I definitely want to speak with him and get his
yeah.
What
was that mentioned? Was
seen.
he the last security guy? I thought he was just the head of mining operations.
He was a security guy that got out, one of the few people to get out of there alive. Decker. Yeah, Nathan Decker.
If you could tell us what he saw, what he felt.
Yeah.
I feel we could all learn from Sergeant Decker.
What happened to the others?
How to survive.
I'm afraid this information cannot be disclosed.
Yeah.
So they don't scare us off of the mission. Very well. I mean, I have an interest in seeing sorry, there's so many doctors. Sergeant Decker.
Okay. So you can definitely right now go and do whatever. You see Savington pretty much give you a respectful salute. You all have communications. You can find pretty much everyone you need on the base whenever you want. Communications seem to work just fine.
I mean, they're probably monitored, but yeah.
Yeah.
On a top secret base in the middle of nowhere, someone is definitely reading our emails.
As a matter of fact, you can give me a spot hidden with that comment with the monitorization.
Well, I presume we're all heading the same
I cranked it at exactly 50, and I'll bring the camera over to prove it. So it's 50 out of 50.
I have a critical, I got an 01.
I got 009, so
Planko knows all the names instantaneously.
Yeah.
For a crit. So Savington leaves, and the rest of you kind of see this weird thing where when he leaves, a lot of people walking on the corridors, they suddenly stop, they salute, even though he probably didn't salute, but you assume it's something akin to military respect. But there is also another presence. There are the two individuals that you've seen, the two corporate Secret Service agents.
The cyborgs, yeah.
They pretty much, all of you that succeeded will see them, but Planko, you know that they were watching you behind those shades, and they act like they weren't doing that. They act like, hey, they just happen to be talking to each other and drinking a coffee. But with that critical success, you are 100% sure that they are monitoring you for some reason.
When we walk away from, like, guys, be careful what you say in front of those two, especially.
Oh.
Well, I mean, they would monitor us, wouldn't they? Would monitor everything. We might have chips for all we know.
I mean, it makes sense, but, you know.
I don't really feel like getting the attention of that high level of corporate on me. Let's just go ahead to Sergeant Decker and figure out what we can.
Do all of you want to go to the same spot, or you want to split?
I think
I definitely want to go there.
I think we're kind of like staying as a pack at the moment.
Okay, that's fine. So you go to Sergeant Decker. Okay. You go to the armory where you have been informed he resides. You find it pretty quickly. Entering it, you are bombarded by walls and walls of energy weapons, kinetic weaponry, ammunition, armors, and you think of it, they probably have it. This is very, very highly funded facility. There are some people here taking some weapons, signing their names, going to the polygons to practice shooting. Some of them even stop and wave you as you are coming in. They are like, "Oh, hi, new guys, welcome," so on, so forth. The guy that is coming off very, very brightly attitude-wise is this heavily suited individual. You see them wearing this helmet on their head. They talk with somebody and they loudly try to explain to them, like, you have to hold the weapon like this and you have to aim for the head, and they have many legs, and I've met one that had wings, all sorts of stuff. And when you come in, he immediately shifts his attention towards you and is like, "Ah, the new guys. Sergeant Savington told me about you. Welcome, Sergeant Decker. Nice to meet you."
Planko looks at him like, just goes right in the eye, goes, "What are you talking about? What's things? Are there some? Is there some kind of animals out there that we got to be aware of, like with multiple legs?
Yeah, plenty. And he is telling you a story. He tells you about the time when he went just to the border of the zone. He says you cannot really see past the wall, but it's a lush forest just outside that wall. He recommends you not leaving your food outside because, and he taps on this. At first you thought it was a sculpture. It's this eagle-like sculpture, but as he taps on it and you take a closer look, this thing is almost like extremely detailed onyx-like vulture. And you are in this belief that this isn't a trophy, a sculpture of some kind. And he proceeds to poke it with one of his pocket knives, and it bleeds. And it says, a lot of the fauna around here has this very, very hard, almost kitten-like exterior. Even the birds. It's impressive. And they don't get harmed. By the way, don't try to melee this guy, and it pokes it again. It's razor sharp, all his talons.
You said like
is that-
chitin, like bug exoskeleton?
Yeah.
Yeah, it has
Okay.
like a flying bug exoskeleton.
Why is it just sitting there and letting you poke it?
Oh, it's dead. Fresh.
I feel like we're gonna need more ammo.
What works better, energy weapons?
I like a
or,
man that asks for more ammo.
Yeah,
what works
I get.
better, energy weapons or kinetic weapons?
Yeah, I if this zone has these properties that interferes with technology, you know, we might want some more, you know, old school Earth kinetic weapons.
Oh, we got plenty. We got shotguns. We got assault rifles. We got everything you may need.
I think we're gonna
will
need
it
to
just-
take that with us.
Will it just
Yeah, how did
bounce off
this
the
one
kite?
die?
Yeah, how'd you kill that one?
Oh, this one. So this is a funny story. I was just outside the base, and of course, it tried to pretty much grab my lunch. So I proceeded, and it shows you an energy pistol. You see, energy weaponry here has this very specific thing where if you tweak it too high and you see him charging the knob, everyone that ever used energy weaponry, you understand immediately that it's pretty much putting it on the highest charge possible. So it definitely reduces the ammo possible, but amplifies and maximizes the damage. And he says, no, don't do this. But this might have saved my life, though. And you see, it has this chalk line drawn on the floor. And it says, if the energy weaponry is fully charged, but fully, crank it up to 11, and you throw it, and you see him throw it past the chalk line, it produces a large explosion. You are not going to be hit by it because it's just a small gun, but it says the railgun should probably produce a much larger result. Seeing such instability, I want you all to give me a sanity check.
So instead of using grenades, we're just gonna throw guns at it.
We're trying to roll under our current sanity, right?
Yeah,
Correct.
if you pass, it's a 0 because it's, if you fail, it's a 1.
I passed.
Yeah, that's a
Passed.
pass.
I
No,
failed,
28.
unfortunately.
Okay.
So you're suggesting that we carry a bunch of guns to use as grenades? Why not just grenades?
Oh, you're right. And it looks at you, the mind of a scientist. But you see, I was catched with my meal outside, and I had only my energy weapon on me. But you're a smart one. Yes, grenades. We have some of this, and it starts taking some big crates. And you see them having pretty much an entire chest filled with grenades.
Will these work in this zone? I'm trying to find out. Like, I mean, it's great, but if that zone knocks out technology, this is going to be useless. This might as well just pick up some rocks and throw them.
Well, probably General Savington told you the signal has this weird way. It may talk to you sometime. It may try to
Talks to
promise you.
us.
Oh yeah, he didn't told you. Oh, and it has this. You cannot see their face covered in the helmet, but you definitely feel that they have this whoopsie accent in his voice. Yeah, they didn't told you about that. Yeah, I recommend, the biggest recommendation I have is not to stay too much in one place.
I am going to take Dr. Boren next and sort of move him over to the side and say, Doc, your assessment of this guy, is he nuts?
Yes, you left something behind. Can I make an assessment on him to see if he is a bit loopy or suffering from maybe some sort of PTSD? In any way? So, what
sorry?
kind of role would be? I want to do a roll to see if this character, the General Sergeant rather, is suffering from some sort of mental damage in some way.
Yeah, so you probably would roll something like either psychoanalysis or psychology or flat out intelligence if you want.
Okay,
Intellect.
Psychology. That's a 14 under 20 for a hard success.
For a hard success. Yeah, you get the impression that they definitely, in contrast, for a hard, I'm also going to give this parallel. Savington was this passive, down to earth, and quite almost like a catatonic state, while this guy is not normal, but it's not normal in the sense that it's the complete opposite. You get the feeling that it's not how a human would react, but more than that, it seems fabricated. It's almost like in psychology, from what I've heard, you tend to compensate, you cope with the trauma by being very, very, very hyperactive. They will also remove their helmet, and they seem like a very, very healthy in their early 40s individual. They have a very, very wide but quite normal smile, but they have a look on their face like they've seen some shit, pretty much. But they never falter to smile and to dance, and seeing how you two gone to talk in private is not going to disturb you, but it's going to, it's like excessive ADHD. It's going to talk to somebody else that just came and present to them stuff. You get the impression that you can easily distract him.
Okay, well, if I'm completely honest with you, Dr. Puck, it seems like he is suffering from some sort of trauma. And he's using this kind of whimsical attitude as a way to possibly distract himself from what he saw, but he's definitely using it as a cope.
He's
This
compensating,
strange-
yeah.
Yes, this cartoonish persona he's developed. We could possibly use it to our advantage.
Yeah, maybe. I get the funny, everybody here is acting in a very odd and peculiar manner. I wonder if the signal, as they keep saying, has affected these people. They've been here a lot longer than we have.
Well, yeah. I mean, this space is located right on the edge of it, this area, the zone. So, yeah, I would
They
imagine
seem a
over
little-
time.
And yet they don't seem like they're nervous or afraid. They seem more like they're playing a role. Like we're
Yeah.
in some sort of, I don't know.
I mean,
It just
I mean,
feels
we woke
really
up,
weird.
we've got no memory of how we got here, and then some strange general takes us into a room with some tin men who show us a very bad presentation. Next thing we know, aliens are around. It's like we're in a B movie.
Or a really bad computer game.
Simulation, maybe.
Yeah,
my
except
bet's still
that-
on corporate procedure, honestly.
Back to that
Procedure
AI
not to let
again.
new people know. Something like that.
I would have thought just extracting people and dumping them on a planet without them having any knowledge of that happening would not be standard corporate procedure either. I mean, nothing surprises
no.
me, but
Special, absolutely. But
Well, there's no wrist keys or anything, so we're not in a simulation. At least not anything that's been made in the last 150 years. But whatever, I don't know. These people are nuts. I think that we should handle this ourselves. Maybe we're here because we're less affected by it. We're more in control of our own cognition, and we need to use the skills and abilities that we've worked towards to solve this problem and turn off the signal. I think that's what they want us to do. I don't know whether that thing is as affected as with kinetic weapons as it would be with energy weapons. I don't really know guns that well, so that would be more your thing. But
I think we're
I
going to need a
think
little.
we should.
Nathan pipes up and says, as long as you fill it up with lead, it's going to fall, just like blasting it with energy weapon.
Yeah. I think that we should just handle this ourselves, use our knowledge to get what we need to get, to protect ourselves the way we think we need to be protected.
And I know we're being monitored, but if certain things come up, I think maybe to keep it, not to overshare with some of these individuals, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, retroactively with the critical success, you see the two agents very unceremoniously being in the armory with you. They are standing from afar and just looking in your direction.
Well, unless they can have super hearing. I'm trying to say some of this in a confidential manner.
Yeah.
They are cybernetically enhanced.
Yeah,
I never know with them, but
they might
at
be
least
able
they're
to
not
read
being
our
so.
lips.
At least they're not trying to hide it too much.
We should talk like this so that they can't read our lips.
But that's terrible old baseball when they would go out to the mound.
Ever since
I can start talking
that
Welsh, that'll be
HAL
huge.
that HAL 9000 problem from 2001, was it?
Yeah, it was
400 years
21st
ago?
century.
I have face masks I can hand out.
That's not a bad idea.
Yeah, what's the air like out there? Is it
Yeah.
breathable, or is it
Oh, it's quite
we have to
breathable.
wear? I'm
Uh,
sorry.
so
Just Lena,
yes,
Dr. Puck, bear in mind, Dr.
Mm.
Puck, bear in mind, you might want to take what he says with a bit of salt, because he
Yeah.
might not be
Mm.
all there.
Yeah. But I think little
as
things
Dr.
seem to
Boring
be
says
sneaking
that-
out, though. So,
Yeah, as Dr. Boring says that Nathan has this excited and warm, but a little bit crazed look in his eyes, as he says, "It's the most healthy air I've ever had in my entire life."
A
Well, we got-
handful of
so-
salt, Dr. Puck.
Yes.
I mean, it's pretty much like the temperature ranges, the gravity is pretty much, Xterra
Very
standard
Earth-like.
one.
Very Xterra.
Earth-like. It's a desert, but there's jungles too. But he said there were jungles on the other side of this wall. There was a big forest, and the area
Yeah,
we're going
the zone
to
has
is
both
desert,
of
though, right?
best words.
But the area we're going into is desert, correct?
Well, that's what's directly outside. Yeah.
I'm going to say that you show them the map, you show Nathan,
Mm.
and Nathan is looking very fast, and it's like these 3 points specifically. 2 of them are in jungle area, and 1 of them in desert area.
Okay.
Hey, Nathan. Sergeant, sorry. Why can't we just land someone in there?
Can you fly over the wall?
Or, from space, have someone touch down in these points rather than us going on foot.
That's weird. I thought of
Probably
something similar, but yeah,
Maybe the
I
signal.
think I remember exactly.
I mean,
Your
everybody
drone,
begins
you
to
said
the
your
end of
drone
this.
might not work in there, so I'd hate for to be taking a shuttle down or something and then have it all of a sudden stop working.
So
before we
one
land.
thing that's my intention, because I have a funny feeling that electronics are not going to work very well or be unreliable. If we, I don't know, at 400 years in the future, if we have like replicator technology, if I can make instruments and stuff that are mechanical, have them replicated, even
Well, you can definitely have
binoculars
them.
and
You can definitely replicate them, but you'll have to replicate them on the premises of the base.
right, yeah. We got 2 weeks, so during
Yeah,
this 2
yeah.
weeks, I will make sure that we have things that don't rely on batteries or electricity to survive. The compass is a neat idea, except the compass might have a problem in that it depends on a magnetic field. And what if their magnetic fields are all over the place out there?
We might want to talk to one of these scientists about that kind of thing.
Yeah.
I would like to talk to this Dr. Paul and Agent Garrett. I'm interested in getting a better look at some of those inscriptions.
I was thinking of during the 2 weeks to spend some time just kind of coming up with a nice mix of energy weapon and traditional kinetic weapons. Just something that's portable. Maybe find out if there's like some kind of vehicle we can take, like a overland vehicle type of thing we could take, so we can take maybe more stuff with us. I mean,
Yeah.
a lot of grenades, but I mean, obviously, I don't want to bring a whole bunch of stun hand pistols to blow up, use as grenades. That's crazy. But, just try to get like a nice mix of that. Maybe work with
Corporate dog
Dr.
is barking.
I'm sorry.
A cute, lovely dog walks through the armory, and you see it receive pets and treats by anyone in the armory. They give him some treats. Yeah.
I didn't work with Dr. Bourne as well for like things like food and what kind of medical supplies, everything that we would need as well. Just so we can keep it as compact as possible, especially if we can't have a vehicle.
I think just
Yeah.
for the fun of it, I will replicate a sextant so I can actually use the stars to tell the direction, and just in case the compass is.
Don't forget a star chart with that, Doc.
Well, we
Do
can
we have stars
probably.
on this planet?
Yeah, at night. I can see it's it right here.
So this is accurate, the background. Okay, right.
Victor,
So-
has there been any recording
Okay,
of these signals?
a recording. Well, and he has this playful look on his face. I'm not really supposed to say this, but yeah, there are some parts of the signal that tried to communicate to us once, but
Oh, you already
yeah.
know where I'm going with this.
yeah, they have been blocked a lot of times. People don't really like, seeing weird stuff.
Mm.
I've actually seen one of the pets that I had a long time ago just walk around the station. I was happy for a moment because I miss them a lot, but yeah, the hallucinations are quite strong.
I
All
see.
right, so we have to bear that in mind that we might be hallucinating at some point. So
Have we
Yeah,
considered
as much as you know, I might also be a hallucination.
yeah,
And so it's looking at you, and then it playfully just pushes one of you playfully aside, and it's like, nah, I'm just fucking with you. I'm not a hallucination.
You know, I like
we
this
need
guy's
to get the
attitude.
fuck out of the station.
we can't be here for too long, and I don't know. There's 2 weeks. I mean, we got 2 weeks to get stuff done, but I'm worried that like in that 2 weeks, like is that going to affect our minds by the time we finally leave?
The little presentation used a couple of psychological tricks to try to like keep us doing things like writing down your name. It does seem like maybe that we should start to employ those sorts of things occasionally.
Maybe have a couple
Oh, you
of-
mean like grounding?
Yeah, grounding.
Well, I'm not saying we should trust corporate, but
No,
if
but I think
they
it's a
don't,
valid psychological tool.
something we can test each other and ourselves with and rely on each other. I mean, I will be honest, I'm not a trusting person, but of everyone on this place, it seems that for all practical purposes, we're the ones who've been here the least. So we're probably the ones who've been the least affected.
Yeah.
So
all right, we're a team here. We've got a job to do. If we want to do it well and get out alive, we gotta have some trust in each other.
yeah, trust is going to be key.
You are speaking loud enough so Nathan can hear you.
Not really.
Not consciously, no. Yeah, no.
We're not directing at him. It depends if he's distracted by a squirrel or like a chitin covered squirrel somewhere.
If we're maybe saying these things over the course of the 2 weeks that we're planning stuff in private.
Okay, are we moving into sort of the montage moment? Because
Exactly. Yeah.
Training montage.
Ooh,
I had wanted to take a look at Dr. Paul and Agent Garrett. I wanted to get to grips with these inscriptions, but I don't want to drag this out longer than it needs to.
That sounds very important.
Yeah.
Not a problem. And I love the role play. So Nathan is going to leave you be. I mean, you don't get the impression that somebody is pinning you down, except the corporate agents. They are weird. They keep an eye on you, and they have this weird attitude, like they know they are seen, but they don't hide at all. They are like almost intimidating you somehow. They are having this imposing presence. But other than them, everyone is very, very friendly.
Oh,
Yeah. Mhm.
one thing that I put into my personal description
Yeah.
is that I tend to be friendly and laugh and talkative. So I'm going to try that with those corporate cyborgs and
Okay.
try to assess what kind of people they are.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Do they ever loosen up, or are they completely robot controlled?
So to include this in the montage, we're going to do it like this. I'm going to start with Dr. Puck. Of course, you can do something else, but since you mentioned it, so you go to them throughout the days. You start up conversations. They're actually quite friendly. They entertain you. They talk and they present themselves, but they present themselves with the same names, which seem fake. Very, very, you don't even need to roll something. Their names are literally one of the biggest mathematicians of all time. And you immediately understand that these are nicknames. These are pretty much corporate nicknames. They never give you a second name or something. You might offer them, let's have a drink. Let's trying to pull their tongue on some things. They never indulge in alcohol. They never indulge in entertaining stuff. They offer you the snacks that they seem to always carry around with them. You might refuse or you might accept. Nothing changes. You don't feel that they have put something in them. But if you talk with them a lot, they are going to tell you that they are here, and this is not much of a secret. They are telling you that they have been employed by this new methodology of training. So they want to see how efficient this is, to see if they continue funding of the station. And they see no reason to hide this from the person.
So they seem ultra professional, and they're not going to step outside those parameters. Boring as hell.
Boring as hell. Yeah, they are. After meeting Nathan, these guys are worse than Savington, pretty much. They are, they are very, very stern. So, I'm going to say like this. Let's say, Dr. Sorensen, where do you want to go?
Oops, you're muted.
You're muted.
Thank you. I think starting off with Dr. Paul would probably be the best idea.
Okay. Awesome. You meet them, guy in his late 60s, salt and pepper, hair and beard. They are quite friendly, but they're also teaching some other personnel on certain translations. You talk with them, and I want you to give me a specific skill that you would be interested in evolving by discussing with him.
I see. Interesting. Okay.
Until you think, full reminder, meta out of game. This follows the same rules as advancing in the game. So I'm going to ask you for a role. You are looking to fail at it. If you succeed, you don't learn anything new, if it makes sense.
Right.
So if you fail at the skill check, you may increase it by 1d10. And this question is available for all of you. So if you are interested in talking with a specialist in a branch that interests you, you are more than welcome. And if you don't see a specialty that you're interested in, you can always talk with Savington, and he's not going to bore your ear out. He's going to be like, oh yeah, we got this guy or this other individual that does this or that.
So they don't have any information as to what the inscriptions on the wall says? This is just a skill up kind of situation?
If you manage to skill up your thing, you are going to have an encounter or you are going to unveil information.
Oh, perfect. In that case, then I'm going to select my Proto-Indo-European skill and see if I can increase that.
Yeah, that's completely fair. So you spend a lot of time, roll me your skill, and you are hoping to fail it. Pretty much.
Perfect. I only have a 25. I rolled a 37.
Perfect. Yeah. You are looking at all of these books, and you can increase it as I'm describing this by 1d10.
Sure.
You are looking through all of these books.
A 6.
6 increase.
Yep.
Looking through these books, you find a specific wing that has some very, very confidential pads. You have spent some time. You are actually quite interested, and you enter the favors of Dr. Prohl. So they may let you in this side of the building, but they are going to tell you when you enter this room, before entering, you need to say the words, and he almost laughs. I know this is silly, but you have to say it. It's a corporate order. Open sesame. You say open sesame, you go inside, you find a book on what interests you, probably something regarding this mysterious nether civilization. And weirdly enough, you almost think this book is a parody, because what it says is like an English to English translation. You see this thing and it says basically stuff like how to say hi, how to say I'm hungry, how to ask for a location, where is this? And you decide probably do you want to live with the book?
Was that an option?
It's a free word. You can do whatever you wish.
A thought occurs, because the others were discussing. I'm going to explain my reasoning so it doesn't seem like I've lost it. The others were discussing a simulation, right? And you said that this book seems to be almost a phrase book, like something a tourist would buy going to a new country.
Yeah.
Is there any way to change the definition? Like, it says if in English it is reading like how to say hi. If I were to change, the definition of that to, I don't know, something else arbitrary, does that seem possible? Because this is a book printed on paper, right?
Yeah. This is quite archaic for this time. Yeah.
Can I ask Dr. Paul how this book was produced?
Yeah, he is going to take a look at it, and he will say, this is one of the older studies. It has never been digitized for fear of mass replication.
Have you read this book?
Well, and he stays a little bit to think. I found these things interesting, but to be fair, I always look at this book that they have, and I have this weird feeling that it hides a certain secret, but I never managed to, read it. It's just plain English.
Can I make a linguistics roll or something against this book, since he's mentioned that he believes there's some kind of coded message in it?
Yeah, you may.
Okay. I got a 43. My skill is 75. So I believe that's a hard?
That's a hard.
Okay.
Looking inside and putting pieces together, you remember that he gives you the impression that he never tried bothering because he's very busy, but he always says, before you leave with this book, you need to say, close sesame, thank you. And you say close sesame, thank you before closing the book. And the book suddenly has this weird rectangular characters and weird inscriptions that finally go to English. You may roll me a sanity for this, with the success being a 1 sanity loss and a failure being a 1d4.
Okay, I rolled a 12. My current sanity is 49, so I think I passed.
Yeah, that's fair. 48 now. Yeah, this is very, very weird, peculiar behavior.
So is there now this alien writing in the book, or
Yeah,
perfect?
yeah.
Okay, that's what I wanted.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm definitely leaving with the book now.
Yeah, okay. I'm not going to make these rules heavy. For that hard understanding, I'm going to include it into a sneak. No problem.
Sure.
Dr. Prowl cannot see you. He's distracted. Some students came and they're like, what's this language about? How can we expand on this knowledge? Next, who wants to go where?
I have one more place, but we just did like 20 minutes of me. So if someone else has a spot.
Yeah.
I guess I'll pick up.
Yeah.
Can I find a medical wing? I want to ask about
Yeah.
everyone's talking about these more psychological or side effects of the zone. I want to know about basically the psychological side, since besides what was it, nausea, most of it seems psychological, and how to defend against it.
Yeah, sure. So you go to the medical wing and you find a nurse or a doctor. You spark up a conversation. And what do you want to increase? Do you want to increase something regarding medicine, first aid, even natural world is pretty much tied a lot to medicine?
Yeah, I was gonna go with I guess I'll go with first aid then in that case.
Okay.
I'll give it a shot.
Yeah. Roll and see if you increase your skill.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, failed. So
okay, perfect. 1d10 increase, and you are going to receive information regarding the fact that a lot of these actually seem to be, at first, they assumed to be psychosomatic, so basically psychologically induced. However, the more you probe in these 2 weeks, you get access to some patient files, and you find a patient that has been recovered, their body has been recovered from the zone. How? It's not specified. Their brain is mush completely.
does it state that they're still alive? Are they?
They have been found deceased, expired.
Okay. I guess there's no report on any signs of what might have done that. Is it just like they're fine, but their brain is mush? So that sort of deal?
Do me first aid, which you just upgraded on
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, I got 10 points more on that. So let's see. Oh, no, I think that's just out of it. Yeah, that's got to be a fail on that one.
Okay. Yeah, no, they present, the medical files say something like they had a complete cognitive fall down. They definitely, looking at these results, this could have been painful. It's almost like their entire neuronal structure was attacked by something, and it completely melted their brain inside out. They had no signs of external trauma whatsoever.
That's concerning.
Yeah. You can give me a sanity with 0-1 on that as well.
Fair enough.
I was thinking, I was never really sure. Would we be able to have some kind of Land Rover vehicle to travel into the zone that would work, or that wouldn't run into problems? Because I was thinking maybe learning how to use that vehicle to increase my drive skill. That way we could take more stuff with us. And plus, one thing that Sergeant Becker had said about always stay moving. I feel if we had a vehicle, it would be easier for us to keep moving, and not be in the same place for too long. So how about is there some kind of like I don't know, like a garage or something on the site where they have vehicles where I could learn how to operate one of the thing. I just have the base drive of 20, I guess it would be, but so could I try that?
Yeah,
All right.
you can definitely try
So
that.
I gotta fail it.
Mhm. A one incoming. No, just
Yeah.
kidding.
Streams it no. 26. So I had 20.
Yeah.
So I get to okay, so you roll a 1d10 and add that, right?
And add that. Correct. Right. So you will be helped by Sergeant Decker themselves. They are quite quite experienced. You don't feel the moment when he starts to show you and to train you in something, they have a very professional, almost opposite like approach to it.
So they more focused.
More focused. This is not a waste of time. So he shows you a lot, even lets you already knew how to drive. So this is not a driving school, but he tells you anything that you might have forgotten about a conventional fueled vehicle, like running on petrol, not on energy sources. So as it's showing you this, your clue that you will get from this interaction is walking around on the plateau, practicing this. A lot of the miners, it's almost like they just stay in the sun. And the moment when you come up and you can see them and they are aware, not just when you can see them, but when they are aware that you're there, they start to work. But it seems that they were wasting time and they were pretty much just staying idling about until you came very close to them.
So it's kind of like what we noticed with the general, like they're just kind of until they're needed, like a hologram.
And their reaction when you come past them is very artificial. They are like this weird infomercials. They smile and they wave you, and Decker waves back with one hand as he's right now in the side seat as you are driving. It seems very planned and contrived.
So when we're interacting with these people, these same people, like say in the mess hall and everything, and they're on doing their thing, they're acting like people in a mess hall. What do they talk about? Did anyone say anything that's just really bizarre and out there? Or is it just like, does it just seem like standard canned responses? Oh, what a beautiful day, that kind of stuff. Like just in general over these 2 weeks that we notice.
You get the feeling that you get very meaningful information and discussions only with people you are interacting and asking about stuff. The moment when you just eavesdrop or just ask, who are you? What do you do on the station? They have very canned responses indeed. They are very, very passive. And you also, I will say this because you interact a lot with the people, all of you can kind of tell that they look at you and they make eye contact, but it looks like they look through you. Like you are not there when they're speaking with you.
Checker in that 1,000-yard stare, like just kind of going right through you.
Of course, interacting with them, like tapping them on the shoulder or something, they have mass, they are tangible, they immediately are like, oh, hi there.
Hard light holograms, maybe? Do they seem real?
You have collision, is what I was meaning to say.
Yeah. You have okay, so like if they were, I don't know, synthetic or hard light projection that interacts and feels real. That's pretty advanced technology, but it is 2401. Huh.
Yeah, but you always can tell.
There's always
Yeah.
there's always a tell.
I'm going to give this completely for free. It's you might, I mean, you can think of them like a holograms or something, but there is a lot of countering evidence countering to that
Okay.
hypothesis. But they definitely act very peculiar. You get the feeling like you are speaking with people that you've probably been in conflicts, and they have this look. The moment when they think that nobody is looking at them, they have that look of somebody that went through some extreme trauma. But when you try to interact with them, they put up this act to completely dispel that image.
Do we see them doing their jobs the way they should be doing their jobs? The miners aren't holding things and just going like this and not actually doing anything.
If they're miners, why are they outside on the surface? Wouldn't they be in a mine shaft somewhere? Or?
I mean, strip mining's
maybe
a thing.
they come and go.
Oh, that's true too.
Yeah,
that's true.
So, since people are also up, what I figured is I'm looking at the way people are acting, and I'm probably doing some research on biological indicators that people are psychologically damaged. So that I can monitor us. And I went ahead and rolled. I failed. So I increased.
Oh, perfect.
My psychology.
Yeah. Okay, so psychology.
It's still not very high, but it's higher. Like if I notice somebody going, then I can kind of guess it. Oh shit.
Yeah, no, you get the strong impression that they definitely put up an act, and when you speak with them, you might even you talk with Savington, I will say, for this success, and he agrees to something quite weird. He agrees to let you interview some of them customly if you want. You talk with them, and they have very, very bright stories about the station and so on, but they look past you through you. And as one of these individuals, you came into the interview calling them, one of the individuals coming in takes a seat, and they have this weird, like, reserved look on their face. They present themselves as they are, you ask them, so what is your name? What do you do on the station? They present themselves as a certain Kellyan Orion.
That sounds so incredibly familiar to me. I look at the person and I'm like, Kellyan Orion. Okay, I've got to ask you something straightforward. We are not monitored in this room, and nobody can hear you. It'll stay between us, but have you been coached on what to say to us? Have you been coached on... Everybody seems to be giving some sort of corporate answers to our questions and not, are you happy? Are you concerned? Are you worried? Or
for the first time ever, you are unsure if your words did this or if there is something weird, but this person actually seems to be looking at you, not through you.
Right.
And they're like, Doctor, I'm not really happy, but it's weird to explain. Have this feeling of being puppeteered. And it reaches out and it does something which probably takes you aback. It puts their hand on yours and it's like looking straight into your eyes and it's saying, they lied to you. You're in danger. You blink and they are not there. Roll me a sanity.
Oh, wow.
That is a fail.
1d3.
One. But I get up out of my chair and I'm like, what the hell? I am going to pretend like nothing happened. I'm going to gather my things up and step out and look for the others wherever they may be. And when I meet them, I'll relate to them what
okay.
happened.
Yeah. That's perfect. And Dr. Boring, I don't remember you wanting any enhancement on the skills.
So I think Borin would want to gather as much information as he can, whether it be through sneaking through the doctor's computers when he's not looking away, but when he's looking away and just like looking at screens, as well as talking to the current party about any information about what kind of medical supplies you need to survive a desert, asking Dr. Pock about the kind of xeno insects he's found and are they poisonous, what kind of antibodies we need and things like that. So I'd like to try and improve my medicine to make it more effective and sharpen the skills.
Yeah, that's perfect.
All right,
I think he probably realizes too that I'm really good at distracting people when he wants to do something.
All right. Ooh, right. I have a 61 medicine. I rolled a 62.
Perfect. That's a failure. Roll a
very close.
So you definitely get the improvement. On the plus note, you said that you're looking at some data. So when probably Dr. Park will help you out. You can interact with the stories. I forgot to say this, but it's normal. You meet each other, you see each other. Dr. Park distracts one of the doctors once, and you sneak about, look a little bit on the computer. There is, to cut to the chase, because the check is to see if you improve, and that also gives you a hint. You see a small file that says new hard drive prototype. You open it up and it describes this weird chip that almost has the size of a nanometer. And it's filled with this weird fluid that they say that they have procured biologically. It's a fluid that is very capable of transmitting and storing large quantities of information. And they are prototyping ways of implanting it and making it be approximately undetectable in human subjects.
Okay, so to try and discreetly pass this information on to the rest of the team, I would have them come in regularly for checkups and ask them just how you're feeling, any sign of a cold and things like that. And then I might lift up a clipboard, but in it scrolled somewhere on the page that I'm flipping up is this information.
Yeah.
And then it'll say something like, say you've got a cold if you understand.
It's a simple enough charade. Yeah.
Okay. So just make sure you get some rest, drink some plenty liquid. In 2 weeks, you'll be ready for the mission.
I did have a question.
Yeah.
Sorry, not to interrupt you, but if we were allowed to make any second rolls, I did want to check out an engineering department to see if there's some way I could look to protect or make my drone more resilient out in the zone.
Can you repeat that? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry. I wanted to go to like engineering or where it might be relevant to see if I could basically improve electrical repair, something to make my drone more resilient.
Yeah. And you each will have one more possibility. As you all, I will have you roll what you want to improve with upgrading it. You will receive a collective clue at this end of the cycle, and I hope. Oh, wait! I think I just replied to. I was meaning to type this publicly. Okay. Right. So each of you improve another skill that you want. I mean, attempt to improve another skill that you want. If you fail, increase it by 1d10. If you succeed, nothing happens because And when you are done with that, you all are 2 weeks have passed. You made these observations. You have seen what you could on the station. And after the 2 weeks pass, you are informed that you need to meet up with this enigmatic Dr. Gravitz. Savington tells you that right now they have full permission to tell you that Dr. Gravitz is actually one of the first in the airfield. She is experienced with combining stuff from these xenoarchaeological studies with conventional and breaking psychology alike. And she is the designer of all of this project, pretty much, of your training. You go on these corridors, and you definitely go through some very, very weird parts of the station, parts that aren't dirty or anything, but they are unkempt. They are like abandoned. You are walking in like the historical parts of the base, like probably the first ever segments. And you all come in the front of this wooden door that has a window, a glass obscuring window with the big name Dr. Gravitz on it. And you knock. You hear a voice telling you to please come in. And as you enter this room, you blink and immediately you are in the Humvee leaving the station. And first biobreak.
Okay. So I didn't get a chance to look at that book any further.
You will have all the chances, I promise.
Okay. All right. Biobreak.
Biobreak.
So you're all in this Humvee. Planko is driving, I imagine, as they have already been training. You go on mildly rocky path. You leave the base behind. You can still see people waving you, and before you leave, a lot of people were like, "Good luck, you are our only hope." So you go and you have a specific inventory additionally to whatever you want to bring. You can bring anything you want on this expedition. It's going to be assured. Of course, without a almighty turret that can destroy everything in its path.
Right.
You have coordinates for 3 locations. You also are in possession of a signal bus device, which should pretty much indicate the signal's presence. You can imagine this as an analog to a Geiger counter. It crackles and rattles very ugly, and when it stops abruptly, it's bad because it means that it cannot read the intensity of the signal, pretty much. Besides that, you have a battery-less radio. You may bring archaic weaponry. I'm sorry, you can ignore the limit on that. You can bring how much you want. And you also have a vial with a mysterious black tar liquid in it.
I'm sorry, a vial with what in it?
Black tar.
A vial
Black tar?
with black tar liquid.
I'm guessing because we don't remember seeing the good doctor, we don't have any knowledge of like what is the black tar.
Yeah.
Yeah, thinking about how you entered that room, you get this very, very pounding headache. You cannot really see. It's almost like it cut right there.
Clearly something's messed with our heads.
Again,
Yes.
how this started out.
I'm wondering if it's some form of hypnotism, if we've been conditioned.
Could I roll for geology to see if that's something that might be known? Like,
Oh, the
Some
tarry
kind of-
liquid.
Yeah, you can.
sure, okay.
May I also make that roll?
Yeah, you can investigate whatever you want.
I
All right.
think that's just on the money if I
Got a 59 out of 75.
I'm just
Yeah,
past it. I got a 65 over 60.
Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks very, very similar to some kind of oil residue. You might, if you want. Usually I don't trap people in my games when I tell them that they do something, so you're safe. You may unscrew it and you may smell it. It smells like fish, like rotten fish, and also has a tint of alcohol in its smell. But of course, this is an analysis with your senses, with your sight, with your smell, without specialized apparatus. It can be anything.
Yeah, we don't necessarily want to taste it. So, but
that-
we don't
is that
remember
even-
how do we have one vial or do we each have a vial?
You have one vial.
Why would
Who
they
wants
get-
to hold the vial of mystery liquid?
I'll
That-
believe in the biologist.
Do we have with Dr. was it Gravitz, and the general, do we have contact with them over, radio? Like they kept mentioning before that it was kind of like need to know when you need to know kind of information. So can we get a hold of them basically and see if we can ask them some questions?
Yeah, you can.
And I think I'm just going to take I'm imagining there's probably no radio right by where I'm driving. I'm just like, you need to tell us what's going on. That this is the second time you've done this to us. No clue how we got here. We need to know what this black stuff is. What's going on here?
Your transmission attempt is picked up by General Savington, and he says that It's quite normal from what he has been told by the doctor. There may be some episodes of amnesia or of blankouts. The doctor is unavailable at the moment, but they have told you, General Savington says, that this vial is meant for the source of the signal, pretty much, once you have triangulated that.
Right. So maybe we are being affected by this this zone. We've been here 2 weeks.
Yeah, I mean,
one of the symptoms.
guys don't remember anything about the room with Dr. Gravitz?
Yep.
No.
No,
It's weird. It was a wooden door.
it felt like we were walking into like where they first landed and set up this place.
Yeah, but a wooden door?
Exactly.
Colonization colonization? That seems a bit odd.
That'd be expensive, I'd imagine, for anywhere else.
Do I still have the book with me?
Yeah. And as a matter of fact, you can even give me a library roll, but you are not looking in a library.
Sure.
Or a spot hidden. I don't want to constrain the rate of success.
Okay. I got a 17 out of 50.
Okay.
Is that that's not extreme, right? No.
No, I believe it's a hard. It's a hard.
Hang on, right, it is hard.
Okay.
Yeah.
Extreme would be 10.
Yeah. Well, as you're driving and each one of you is fidgeting and looking at stuff and talking to each other, Dr. Sorensen, you look through the book more and you land on an interesting passage which details some known Neda language structures. And it's signed by a team of scientists that have studied the language, and they claim that the language passed through a great reconstruction. Basically, new characters entered it at some point in time, probably new concepts that had to be explored, or pretty much the language was augmented for future generations. But they make a note of the oddity of it being very sudden, and some of the characters are completely indecipherable. So it's like they pretty much introduced custom R, but we don't know what that would mean. They introduced custom A, custom B. It's almost like the language suffered. One of the doctors makes this joking remark in the book, an intruder in the language. It's almost like another culture has completely overwritten parts of it.
Right. And just as a thought, I mean, the PowerPoint did mention that there were cognitohazards present within it.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm not an expert in cognitohazards, but do we know anything at all about that particular field? Is that a new field? Is that something that has been used in this setting?
Well, you would know that it's information that it's a little bit odd, but people that are passionate about psychology refer to it as an informational danger. So basically being aware of it, this, may pose dangers to you mentally and even physically.
Like a paradox. Some paradoxes are, the more you think about them, the more it bothers you.
But for that hard success, as you are driving, I'm also going to give you the fact that you find the open sesame and closed sesame thank you expressions in the book. And they have this weird descriptor in them that says something like, commence translation, stop translation.
Okay.
Could I take a look at, while we're driving, just take a look at my drone and my terminal to see if they're working properly?
They are working completely fine.
All right. Do we have any idea of how close we are or where we are on the map?
Yeah, you can just choose direction, and I'm going to abstract the distance pretty much.
Okay.
Well, can we say that we've picked the closest
Yeah.
one?
Yeah. You can be the closest to the one that you find more interesting.
Well, if we're given that information of Great Lakes old outposts in each of their jungle, I would think that old outposts it's either of archaeological interest or it'll maybe key us in on what they've been doing here before we showed up.
Have we crossed into the rainforest yet?
Yeah, I would say that you right now start seeing tall trees. It starts even raining. You hear crickets, chirps. You hear movement in the foliage. It's a lush, alive, and quite stunning tropical forest.
As we are moving into it, do I recognize any of the flora and fauna, or is it close but obviously alien?
I would say that in this time you would be quite familiar and you recognize species. Some of them have analogs on Xterra. Some of them have newly discovered medical properties.
So I'm like, yeah, kind of in heaven.
Yeah. And there are also some beautiful, humongous orchids.
Yeah. Wow.
It's kind of a vacation if we didn't have to worry about whatever is going on out here. Place is beautiful.
It is, but beauty can be a killer. How dangerous is all that, Doctor?
Oh, yeah. Well, let's just say that on old Earth they had on Xterra they had these sort of forests. Of course, they cut them all down, but it's the most beautiful place and the most deadly place. There's everything out here eats everything out here.
Well, everybody keep an eye out for some of those things that Decker was describing to us. Don't want to get surprised by anything.
Yeah,
So
the
you go.
truth is these
Oh,
oh,
go
sorry.
on.
I was just gonna say the truth is we don't know what these aliens look like. And as we're driving along, I pointed a big pink flower and say, for all we know, that's the alien right there. I mean, there's no reason why they would look anything like us.
Do I have anything that would any knowledge that would indicate their like general structure?
Yes, you would, in fact. They are described even in some conspirational articles, but you are knowledgeable on the subject. They are almost 4-meter tall. They have 2 sets of arms. They usually are robed, and they have plenty of eye pairs underneath hooded garments. Safely to say, looking around, you don't see such an apparition.
Yeah.
I'll relay that information. Some of the conspiracy boards seem to think that they're 4-meter tall humanoids with heads full of eyes and 2 pairs of arms, but
spider people. Yeah, you're talking about spider people. Lovely.
Actually,
I like spiders.
That hadn't considered that hadn't occurred to me. But yeah, no, I guess they would look like giant spider people.
Ugh.
Oh,
I mean, I'm a biologist. I don't mind.
He
But
grabs the arms and goes, "Oh God, are we on Space Australia?" Okay, cool. So yeah, I will relay that information to the group.
just always bear in mind that there's no such thing as a friendly spider. They're cool looking. A lot of them are gorgeous, but they are all killers. They're murderous killing machines.
They are predators. That is true.
Usually, if we don't bother them, they won't bother us.
Unless you're a grasshopper.
Unless you're a grasshopper. Or a fly. Or whatever.
So you reach the Great Lakes. You park on these green pastures. It's a lovely sight. And you see this chained a river chaining multiple lakes. You even see through the rain has filtered the light spectrum in a similarly looking rainbow, like on Xterra. As you are here, you start to probably wander around together. I'm not splitting the party forcefully. I want all of you to give me a spot hidden.
Once we've arrived, could I send my drone up to maybe get a better eye? Is that a bonus die, or is that just a separate thing?
I'm going to say that's a separate thing.
Okay,
I will
cool.
make the drone automatically succeeding with the LiDAR that we have discussed to map the surrounding area, pretty much. Yeah.
Just had a regular success.
I got an extreme. I got an 04.
I got an 08. I'm with Dr. Puck.
I got a
a
hard success.
I have a fail. 90
okay.
over 55.
That makes a lot of sense because Dr. Puck and Dr. Sorensen are very, very attuned to the nature. So
looking at everything,
looking at everything. And you see in one of those lakes, there is definitely life. And you come a little bit closer and you see approaching slowly creature that is not too big. It's very similar because it even exits the water just with its head. It's similar to an Xterra dolphin. It's almost identical. It has very, very luscious and reflective skin. It's making this funny, laughing, cackling-like sounds. And it has a very, very, very smart and knowing gaze. It's almost like it has intent or a very, very high level of intelligence, which would coincide with the Xterra dolphins, to be fair. But there is something that is unnerving about these ones. They also they open their beak-like structure, and they have teeth, human teeth, rows and rows of human teeth, and they also seem to point towards you with their noses, and they also point towards the forest. In the forest, looking where the dolphin-like creatures are pointing, just for a split second, the extreme success is you see two humanoid figures in the dark, enshrouded in the forest, and they start subsiding in the forest, and they disappear.
Yeah, I saw it.
What's going on?
What was it?
I don't think we're alone out here.
We might have actually seen one.
I saw two figures of some kind.
Yeah, two.
The spider people.
Well, again, it's conspiracy boards. I wouldn't give it it's
Something.
4chan persists, right? Like I would not give it
Probably
too much credit.
Probably Corsi and Loveless, the freaking secret security guys.
You really think they'd follow us all the way out here?
I
mean,
think
there's
they were
cyborgs, maybe.
They were too tall for that. If we go by the scale when you're looking at that tree there, and you saw the dolphins. The dolphins were cool.
Yeah.
Were they the size of dolphins?
The figures?
Yeah.
No.
I mean, were the dolphins that we saw in the water the size of dolphins?
Yeah.
Okay.
They are very, very close to dolphin analogs. Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Also the dolphins have human teeth. Do with that information what you will.
Well,
God.
Remember, we might be seeing what we want to see. What I read was that sometimes if your brain can't quite understand what it's seeing, it fills in. And if it fills in with human things, because what are the chances that it would have teeth that look like human teeth? I mean, they might sort of similarly look like human teeth, but they'd
Convergent
be bigger
evolution
or
is a thing, but
Familiar comparison.
Right.
Yeah, but these actually look like human teeth, which was really freaky weird.
Well, maybe we shouldn't stay here too long. Maybe if we are seeing things like
definitely
that.
do need to keep moving.
Yeah, Allies drone returned successfully. Nothing has interfered. You have a full LiDAR topology scan of the area around you, and you also walking around this place, you can kind of find where this supposed point is, because the signal thing starts to wiggle, and you go where it wiggles more, tracking this thing until it suddenly stops. You understand the fact that you are probably at the epicenter of this thing, and the radio comes to life, and you hear this voice that you have never heard before, of an agitated man that almost is like muffled and perturbed by a lot of white noise. And you hear him say something like, we don't have enough time. They sent you here, and they told you that many have tried to come here as well. They haven't tried to come here. They were trying to get up, and it cuts.
Did everyone hear that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What was that last part? They were trying to get out? Get up?
Maybe get that?
You have also obtained the coordinates of this place, which you will be using to triangulate.
I'll just log it in both in my own terminal and on like maybe a notepad we took just in case things fail.
Yeah. You have plenty of paper and pens.
I think they call these simples because they're simple to use.
Huh. Well, that was thoroughly unsettling.
And exciting.
I wish I'd gotten a look at that wall.
Maybe that's what the old outpost is, part of the wall.
Perhaps. Willing to bet. Okay, I'm going to say something kind of crazy. But I mean, so forgive me. Obviously, things are a bit strange. But I mean, if you were to build a giant wall capable of containing whatever the signal is, you'd put a warning sign on it, right?
logic would follow.
It makes sense.
Is it? I wish I'd gotten a better look at that wall.
Is
Um,
The wall keeping stuff out.
is the wall between the desert and the forest?
the wall was between the outpost and the zone.
Yeah, that's correct.
Well, maybe the ancients built that to keep the desert from destroying the rainforest.
I mean, like I said, I could be losing it. That's why I wanted to run it by you guys first.
I mean, we all did just hear some voice on the radio, and I don't know about y'all, but I'm not sure if I'm losing my mind or not. So maybe we should keep all those symptoms we got told about in mind. But I do think seeing those symbols on the wall, if we can remember it, might be helpful. If you can think you can read it.
I mean, if I could get my hands on them, sure. Or a reference photo or something.
When you told us about the book, you said that when you first looked at the book, it didn't make any sense. It was telling you that, like, the word for dog is dog, and the word like
Right. On the ride over here, I made another discovery. I mentioned the passphrase that I had to speak before we could do anything with the book. The book outside of that space reads as those two phrases as commence translation, cease translation. So the book being paper can't auto translate, but I bet the signal can.
So you're saying,
Well, they already said that. I mean, remember, even with the weird behavior, they already said that the signal responded to input, it responded to stimuli.
are you thinking the voice we heard on the radio is the signal?
No,
They did.
I don't know. I have no idea. I can't prove. I mean, I sound like a crazy person, right? Like I am currently arguing that something that is essentially a wave is busy trying to have a conversation with us.
I suppose we need to keep our minds open and realize that what we're experiencing might not in fact be real. That could be the voice they were talking about trying to communicate with us, but it might be some mental hallucination. So just, don't freak out over anything that happens. Just sort of be like, okay, this is like being in a dream or something.
I mean, I would also advise that you take threats to your life seriously.
Sure.
I don't think we should discount those.
I mean, the thing is that if something was controlling what we see and hear, it could walk us towards a cliff that we don't see and just walk us off the cliff. Question though for all of you. Before we left, I was speaking to one of the people working there, and he told me his name was Kellyan Orion. And when he did that, I realized that I knew him, but I didn't know him. It was like I was sure I knew him, and I didn't know him. And he's the one who told me that they were lying to us. Now, my question to you is, have you also met somebody that you knew but you didn't know? Somebody that seemed familiar? I mean, other than the five of us.
Wonderful question. Everyone roll me power, except for Dr. Puck.
Right.
I failed.
Because I am powerless.
Fail.
Passed with 13, so that's nope, that's a hard success.
Okay.
Passed with a 27. That's a regular.
Okay. Whoever passed, you suddenly have this thing where you look in the distance, like you start to space out, and you can see your you have a memory, each of you, that passed. And this memory is usually either cherished or just randomly pops into your head. And you see yourselves in the second person perspective, with looking through the eyes towards yourself from a person that when they speak, you recognize their voice immediately. And you're hearing their words as constant gibberish, but you can distinguish stuff like you have to remember, you have to understand. They took you from yourself. And in this context, you blink and you immediately understand the fact that you think of this name of this person, and just now you realize that you had some similar experiences on the station. You had these visions as well, but you have charmed it on being produced by the zone. You may also increase your power by 1d3 if you passed.
Anything happened to those of us that failed the power roll?
You may decrease your power by 1, just by 1, and you have a blank in your memory. You cherish people and you definitely remember people, but you have yet to find them here.
I'm sorry, you did say decrease power, right?
Yeah. Decrease
Okay.
by just 1 point.
Gotcha.
So I had something similar, Dr. Puck, with I ran away from home when I was a kid. I lived in let's just say my home environment wasn't ideal. I was in a colony world. And I had a little sister. She's 10 years younger than me. She was 8 when I left. And I haven't seen her since, and it never really felt right leaving her in that environment. But I swear, I couldn't tell. I saw her, but like, was she 8? Was she an adult? Was she somewhere between? I swear I saw her on the station once, and I just kind of passed it off as affected the zone or something. But it was very strange.
That's kind of an important thing. Did you see her as an 8-year-old, or did you see her as an adult? You don't remember?
I can't put my finger on it. Like, is there something I could maybe roll for the character, or would there be a good answer for that?
Putting the question so well, I will give it to you. The voice was the voice of a mature woman.
Okay.
Not old, but definitely not an 8 years old.
But I knew the voice still. It was like I was in her head looking at me. It was weird.
Did you maybe have them visit here? And maybe just don't remember, right? I can't remember seeing anyone like that I knew, Dr. Buck.
The problem is that if it's somebody that we know, then it's just as likely to be something in our brains. Because you see people you know in dreams. It would be more a solid if you met somebody you didn't know and they introduced themselves, like Savignon or whatever his name is. Savington. I'm pretty sure I don't know a Savington.
I can say, Dr. Puck, I had a similar experience to Mr. Blanco. I could have sworn that when I was doing a checkup on one of you, for a split second, you looked like someone I used to know when I was studying. But I just did a double take and you were back to normal.
Well, shit. Now I did kind of feel like I might have known some of you, and now I've gotten to know you, so that it's kind of like, you know, one of those things where you get to know somebody and you like them and they're your friend, and then you can't really remember when you didn't know them.
Maybe.
Am I the only one that hasn't had this experience yet?
No, I haven't. But
I don't know.
I don't know. Maybe this is like the deja vu that they were talking about. Maybe we've been standing here at the epicenter for too long.
Because I blinked and the guy was not there. So it must have been. Jeez, I really like my brain. I don't want my brain mushed.
There was a report when I was in the medical wing. Someone didn't look like they had any injuries, but their brain was mush, now that you say it.
Oh, that's filling me with hope.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Do you know how many opportunities a biologist has to try strange hallucinogenic plants? And I've avoided it most of my life, and now I'm going to fry my brain just by being here. I should have tried drugs.
Who knows? Maybe the drugs might have helped. But
maybe.
I don't think we are going to find the solution to our many questions standing at the edge of this lake with its terrifying dolphins.
I think we do need to get moving just to keep the signal.
Well, didn't that madman Decker, was it? He said not to stay too long in one place.
That's what he said. That's why I wanted the vehicle. I wanted to keep, just so we could keep moving if we had to.
So if this is the first signal, are we supposed to do something with this?
Weren't given any instruction. Maybe it's supposed to be some kind of antidote, or maybe we use it when we find the source.
Yeah.
So I wish there were instructions.
Yeah,
this side will make you grow larger, and this side will make you grow smaller.
Give me an idea roll.
Okay.
Whom?
What is 63 out of? Oh yeah, that's a regular.
Mm-hmm. You remember that you have been instructed to use the vial once you have triangulated the signal's origin.
The source. Okay, the source. All right.
Let me write that down, and I'll just grab a pencil, then hand my notes.
Yeah. Should have brought a tattoo kit to tattoo the stuff onto her.
If you want retroactively, you can have it tattooed on you.
No.
So you move. You can definitely, I'm going to say that these locations, we are abstracting the distances, but you are spending some time. The star around which this planet orbits finally enters dusk and enters night. You might even have to stop, get some rest, wake up. Yeah.
Can we say that we brought like expandable tiger-proof tents?
Yeah.
I do have to ask as we move along. At the Great Lakes location, I got the data back from my drone. Did they have anything interesting geologically speaking? Anything worth noting, at least?
The data that they came back with indicates that these lakes have been formed in a geological event that would indicate they are quite old. So they are pretty much formed a long time ago. But the aspect of all of it is very, very pure and new, to say the least. So very clear water, no deposits, probably a healthy amount of bacteria population in the water. But yeah, not much weird or peculiar stuff from the ground.
Well, I'll note down in my log just for report purposes.
So you go towards which point would you like to visit?
We have
Are
the
they
old
both
outpost
about
in the
equal?
eastern jungle. Are we equidistant between the two, or are we about?
You are equidistant.
Okay.
Go to the old outpost. Do we want to bivouac here and then head towards the old outpost in the morning?
Yeah.
I mean, I'm kind of tired. We've been exploring.
I love a good car ride, but this one's been pretty long.
I'll put up the anti-tiger tents.
Much appreciated, Doctor.
They're in packages about this big. You throw them.
Everybody's armed, right? Everybody armed?
I got my knife. I got my shotgun, sidearm, knife. I'm all right.
Who wants to take watch? We'll do a watch system and just.
Do we want to watch, or do we want to just? We haven't heard about any large animals.
There was that
human teeth.
Well,
yeah,
we've
true.
got the terrifying grinning dolphins and whatever's lurking out in the woods.
There was that bird thing that Decker told us not to leave our food out.
That's true. Yeah.
Oh, the last thing I need is to find out this planet has an armored version of a grizzly bear.
It's probably wise we have some sort of watch, but try not to disturb wherever we end up resting.
Yeah.
Mr. Planko, do you know how to set up some sort of makeshift alarm system?
Yeah, I could probably, if I survive, I could probably put something up, tripwires or something. I think.
Yeah.
But should I roll on for that, or should we just, or can I just do that?
You go. You make all the preparations needed. You may even hold watch. Somebody sleeps. Somebody shifts back in watching position. The night is quiet. There are still chirpings and activity like in every forest. Then night passes, and as the light finally shows on the sky, there is a weird thumping noise in the distance, and you all wake up and are probably ready to go. You see this massive in the distance, this massive shadowed creature standing on 4 legs. But the moment when they nearly enter the light, they sniff the air. It's looking like a gigantic boar-like creature, having this reflective metal-like skin. It would be quite frightening if it wouldn't actually turn around and run away from the lakes for whatever reason. It chooses not to interact with you. Until you realize, without a spot hidden, checking your inventory, that you have this congestion in your nose and around the frontal part of your face as the needle is stuck on the maximum on the signal bus.
Wow.
It's on the max.
Yeah.
We're getting all these coordinates where we're I'm not a tech guy, but the scientists, I'm assuming, are taking all the coordinates of when these things hit, and
I'll
Well,
note it down in
survey
my
guy.
log. Yeah, this is weird. Maybe we've just stayed here too long.
maybe we should keep moving. Maybe, yeah. I mean, I mean, it seems like best practice is to just keep moving on this thing. If we're driving
Yeah,
around
I
a
don't think we
triangular
should be sitting
circle,
around.
There's
Is
a
there-
around
field
the triangle
outpost.
perimeter or whatever we do, just keep driving around.
What's the site that we're at right now? I apologize.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
What location are we at right now? Where this
You
is
are right
hit
now at the
maximum?
Great Lake. You are at the Great Lakes.
Oh, okay. So we haven't moved to the new look. I'm sorry. I was under the impression we had.
Mhm.
My apologies.
No, we rested overnight.
Oh, I think we did stay too long. Yeah, I think maybe moving's probably our best bet.
I mean, everybody feel all right? Everybody rested enough?
Because like, everyone not missing any time. Did you see the black thing?
Oh yeah.
Sure did. Not really, don't know whether to trust my eyes on that or not, but I saw it.
So I'm going to say that you pack up your things and you are moving towards the next point. Moving towards the next point, probably the closest and most reliable next would be the abandoned outpost. Now you reach the abandoned outpost and you practically leave this tropical forest behind and you enter. You don't even need to travel much. The moment when you leave the forest, like the generation of this world, like the geographical distribution of the biomes, it's very, very well determined. You almost immediately exit the forest and you, following the instructions on the map, are in front of a building. Now, this building is quite in disrepair, and it has this large triangle logo on it, and it says Artex Research Station. It's muddy, it's filled with moss, nobody is around here. It's very, very quiet. And as you're looking at this structure in particular, you immediately hear the radio pick up again. And you hear the same panicked voice from it. And it's like, I'm so sorry. It's my fault. I accepted the research. I accepted to do this to you. We are all doomed. You have to understand, it breaks up a little bit. You have to look inside yourself. You are not, it's the thing inside your, and it cuts out.
Anyone get the feeling that
Sanity rolls.
None of you.
Anybody get the feeling that might have been the good doctor we don't remember seeing?
I failed.
Fail.
Fail.
I passed that one.
1d3.
3 points. I am down to 45.
Oh,
Oh. You're lucky I started out in the 30s.
Oof.
Yeah.
One.
so I'm going to say that looking at this building after you hear this transmission, you may walk around. There is nobody around it, and you can even watch without entering the building through the windows, the large Dutch windows of this structure. You can definitely see that there's nobody home. There's stillness and the quietness. There are no rummaging about or steps. But there is a detail. This device that just fluctuates with its needle, it kind of forces you to enter the building, but a certain part of it, not the entire building. And you find yourselves around this small human-like pedestal that has a black sphere that seems to have crumbled away. It's heavily ornate, and it has these weird inscriptions on it, which you can immediately understand are of Neda origin. The object seems inert. It doesn't exude, let's say you also have a Geiger counter, it doesn't exude radioactivity. It doesn't move or smell, or let's say you poke it with a stick or something. Right. It falls off the table. It finally shatters for the last time, the last bits.
Oh, hang on. Can I read it first?
Sorry. Yeah, you can read it, but what I wanted to say is that it's pretty inert.
Sure.
Oh, I was actually going to ask. You said we were being guided in here almost by the amount, like the signal?
By the signal, yes.
Okay. As long as we still had control of ourselves, I would like to power up Avi, my drone, again, and just have them scan this area as well.
That's completely possible. So you send out the drone. I will have you roll me a luck roll, by the way, as well.
Sure. That'll be a hard success with a 29 under 16.
Perfect.
Does the sphere itself have any kind of residue that looks like the black goo?
Oh,
in
good
fact,
question.
It does. In fact, it does.
Oh, I wonder if this... Does this seem like it's the source of the signal, or is anything...
You can tell that this is a place where the signal is strong, but it's the second of the 3 points that you ought to investigate.
Yeah.
Dr. Sorensen, you making anything out of all this?
Yeah. Give me just a moment. Before I start any kind of in-depth investigation of the symbols, I just want to see if the open sesame trick works.
You do the trick, and some of the symbols turn to plain Latin alphabets. Yes.
Okay. I was like, all right, it's official. We're being fucked with. So can other people see the symbols change?
Asking this, nobody can see the symbols change.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, with the lettering that I have, and this guidebook, using the, translate, non-translate, is there a way I can build kind of a Rosetta Stone out of this phrase book?
A Rosetta Stone, no, but you definitely spot words on it. It has words such as containment, prison, banishment, and the most important of it all is that there are some words that almost instinctively, some letters that are undecipherable, that almost seem to have blocked the words. So you can read something like Benny, the S and the H are missing, E, D. You can read stuff like containment, where the O or other letters may be missing, and they are
Sure.
instead.
There are symbols overlapping, or there is a sort of. Well, I
There
guess
is-
what I'm trying to figure out is there an actually, like, we'll call it, for lack of a better term, a cognitohazard in the word that is stopping the full translation?
You are onto something. Yeah.
Okay.
As long as much as you know, and the others can do the trick as well. Full disclosure: if you follow Dr. Sorensen's instructions, you see this thing pretty much auto-translates itself with varying degrees of success. The success is the same, so all of you pretty much querying each other can see the same translation.
So since some of the words didn't get translated, are they still, or some of the letters, I should say, are they still in the Nade language?
If they are not in the book that you're holding.
But they're on the sphere.
Yeah. It's almost like they are not translatable.
Right. But, sorry, Eli.
Oh yeah. I was gonna ask if we, like, say, do the trick open sesame, do the trick close sesame, and like focus on the same word. Do the characters follow the same structure?
I would
Like,
say no, or at least it takes a lot of time of analysis.
Right.
You know,
I'm
sorry, I meant like the cognitohazardous part, for lack of a better word. Does it look the same as the parts that were translated?
Yeah, it doesn't change any shape.
Dr.
Okay.
Sorensen, maybe it's not a translation, but a cipher. And some things can't be ciphered because we don't have the cipher for them.
It's possible. Victor, if I grab, let's say, a stick and in the dirt, am I able to replicate the, like, say, the word banished as it's written in Nade?
Yeah, you can definitely do that. I like the idea, and repeating the trick is going to, at least for your perspective, shape the writing in the sand into plain English.
Can I replicate the editing, the cognitohazard?
Yeah, it will not change.
In theory, if I were to use, sorry, I know I'm playing puzzles here. Sorry, y'all.
Yeah, no, sure.
Can I take an equal length word that I know, drop the cognitohazard in it, and do the same trick? It works. It's not tied to grammar.
It works, and it doesn't seem to be tied to grammar. It's almost like you are introducing letters, and if you would have context, you probably would have understood it. But it's like, I don't know, people changing ice with Y's to make it look cool or something like that.
You know, Welsh.
Yeah.
I say it with love.
Same.
But okay, I guess what I'm asking is, like, this cognitohazard, basically, like, could I use this on something else in the future if I needed to? Is it actually editing information, or is it simply just failing to be translated?
It's failing to be translated.
Ah, okay. Well, that was a red herring. Sorry, y'all.
No, it was a good question.
Yeah.
Well,
and
Dr.
as you are,
Sorensen.
and as I'm sorry, one more thing. Each give me a spot hidden as you are pretty much playing with this thing a lot.
Ooh, 14.
Okay.
That is
I got an 18.
No,
Yeah.
78 now.
I got a 13.
I'll
I
spend
think
2
that's
points
right.
to make it extreme.
I will take the extreme.
Are we
Okay,
spending
regular
luck?
pattern,
Yeah. You may spend as much luck as you want.
You know what? Sure. I will spend the 8 points to push mine into extreme as well.
Oof.
Okay.
I
Dr.
have to
Puck?
know, Doug.
I could
Dr.
spend
Puck?
4 And I'll make mine in extreme as well. Yeah.
Okay. All of you that received an extreme, there is a word on this thing switching constantly. A word that is very similar to something you have seen. And looking at it funny from some angles and keep translating it, you see Thaumiel on the sphere.
You see what?
Thaumiel, the name of the
Oh.
planet. The name of the planet translates to imprisonment. Or something like barrier imprisonment.
I didn't see it because I was busy writing down the coordinates.
Yeah. The name of the planet is actually a word in the Neda dialect.
Got it.
Ah.
So wait,
Are we trapped somehow?
we
Oh.
know
Why are you asking that?
if Thaumiel is translating into Nade and at a 75 linguistics, can I know the origins of Thaumiel on X-Earth? Or Xterra, I should say.
I would
That'd be the
take something.
I think it would be
Exactly,
two. That's
exactly.
why I'm asking.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. An occult roll, I would take an occult roll. Yeah, for sure.
Then I will go ahead and drop that line of questioning. Garrett has no.
Oh, I have 5 is all I have, and I rolled a 7.
Oh,
So I could spend the 2 and then just say it's from the Kabbalah. It's
Do it for science.
well,
yeah,
but
I'll do it.
the implication of that is even bigger, which means
Well,
that
my
there's
characters, I just have heard of this
right.
from my
The-
Jewish ancestors.
I guess from a more meta perspective, the implication is huge. Yeah.
It is very huge because what you realize, Dr. Park, this is very similar in ritual and shape to some ancient cultures that you have studied that lived on Xterra thousands of years ago. And this indicates pretty much, to give a TLDR to it, that it tries to keep something on the planet in this certain part. For a success of occult, although you can probably piece it together, you're almost snipping chains.
Through what action?
Yeah.
Figuratively speaking.
Oh, okay.
I'm going to look over at Dr. Sorensen and say, everything that we've encountered here is weird, right? You all agree everything is weird here? The
Yes.
people at the station were weird and everything.
Even the biomes
What
of this
if-
place.
What if something here is trying to get us to break it out of its prison?
Hmm.
And it's just making us think that we're doing some scientific
I mean, it makes us,
investigation.
How
makes
to get
us-
us here, though? I mean, I didn't know any of you before we got here.
Eli, as much as it's a disappointing answer, I would probably argue that's not as important. We're here now. How we got here isn't going to help us get home.
Well, I do like Gang Ho, so.
um,
Well, for all we know, we could have always been here.
Hmm.
And we just had our brains wiped. And something, they lied to
Wait.
us.
Look at
they
those
mentioned several attempts beforehand, right?
The radio transmission said something about, I think it almost said you have to understand it's inside you, something along
Right.
those lines.
Well, right. I mean, well, for lack of a better term, let's just call it a brainworm. But like,
You
what
also
if?
realize, having this discussion, that you are wearing the helmets that have been provided by the Thaumiel
Oh,
station.
ooh, tough question. Ooh, tough decision.
Which means they can
Mm.
hear us.
I actually do have a respirator separate of the helmets if we want to experiment. If I die the second I take this helmet off.
Uh, I mean, is that a distinct possibility? I
I don't
don't.
know. Could I possibly put the respirator I have for like regular
Yeah.
survey work on without taking off the helmet?
Yeah.
And then take off the helmet?
You take off the helmet and nothing happens.
So like to them, I'm just shaking my head. Nothing's
However,
different.
I'm going to say that if you have something akin to a good electronics or probably good military grade tools, or even engineering or mechanical repair, you can roll that now.
Yeah, I've got mechanical. I'll do that.
Yeah.
And electronic. Would it be more relevant, or do you care if it's electrical? Or...
I give more options. The result is going to be quite
Gotcha.
evident.
Ah, damn. That's a 74 over 45. Nah. I mean, well, I do have 60 luck. How much does that give me? No, man, that's probably too much. I'll probably
Can
need
I
that
drop
later.
half my luck pool?
Yeah, nah. It might be important, but it might not be that important. So yeah, nothing's different. Guess we don't really need these, but better safe than sorry.
All of you looking at Eli, you can give me a spot hidden.
I got 8.
Please don't tell me there's a face hugger on me.
31 out of 50,
It's a
so
fail.
regular success.
Regular.
Eli
Regular success.
turns around, trying to look at this thing. Eli has a deep scar tissue running on his spine, like a surgical intervention. Upon realizing this and tapping yourselves, probably even removing the helmets, you each have probably had a similar surgical intervention.
Well, have probably or do? That seems like it would.
Whoa.
You ask each one of you to confirm. You
Yeah,
all
the doc.
have the same.
Okay.
You all have the same.
I'm going to take the helmet off and just drop it on the ground.
Same.
You drop?
Yeah, I'm gonna take it off.
I'll go ahead and
Yeah.
I'll keep it with my rucksack, but I keep the respirator around just in case. Or
Mm-hmm.
We still have that old timey radio, right?
Yeah.
that's one that's been picking up the transmissions, has it not?
It hasn't influenced the transmissions at all.
I mean, like the ones that are staticky. Is that where it's coming from? Our radio?
Yeah, it comes from your radio.
Okay.
And sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I was going to ask if Dr. Sorensen had an idea to fiddle with the radio, but
No, I couldn't remember if the radio sound was coming from our helmets or from the old timey radio. That's what I was just trying to figure out.
From the radio.
Encroaching on the last location,
Yeah, we're gonna have to move now that we've established.
yeah.
you go towards the eastern jungle, and you pretty much have quite a tough time here because this is actually a very, very dense level of foliage compared even to the entrance in the zone. But occasionally you always have this weird gut feeling that something is monitoring you, but looking around, you don't really see anyone.
That was one of the symptoms, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Paranoia people watching.
You camp for a while in a randomly selected spot. And of course, after camping, you wake up and you move. Waking up, you feel this tingling sensation at the back of your head, and it's warm. The scar tissue is warm. It's a tingling. It's not really hurting. And
doing a little cognitive exercises. Do we all seem to still be in our right minds?
Excellent question.
My name is Ted
Slim Shady.
Mamo.
Yeah, you seem to be quite in good shape, with the only mention that you are not alone when you wake up. Looking towards this foliage, you see some figures. They look in your direction. Looking at them, I'm going to give you already the fact that they seem very, very human-like. So they are not tall or having multiple limbs. And they stare in your direction, covered by shadows. And you all can give me a power roll.
Oh boy.
Oh no.
No.
Okay.
Oh no.
I made
Yeah.
it. Am I the only one that made it?
And I got regular pass as well.
A 98, which isn't.
Oh.
I have 62 power, but 98. I think that's my power is 62. So is that
Is it crit or no?
I don't think it is if my power's over 50, right?
Yeah, it's probably not a fumble, but
Yeah.
you definitely, those of you that failed this time, you immediately are transported back to the station as a flashback.
Okay.
You no, you are transported immediately, like you blink and you're there.
Mm.
And you remember strictly that you have been instructed when you meet with certain phenomena that you need to maintain your courage, you need to walk forward, and you need to say precisely to them, you are just but a mere illusion. Those of you that passed the power roll, Dr. Sorensen, one of the figures is familiar to you. And how they got here is unknown.
Okay.
But they seem real, and they beckon you to get closer. Those of you that failed, you feel compelled to step forward to do the commands.
I'm going to try and reach Rose. I have no idea how my wife got here, but that is of a major concern given the weird goings on.
Yeah, you can almost touch her, and she asks you, how have you been? How is life?
Well, I guess I'm just going to start spilling my guts about everything that we've just been going through.
Can I see this is happening? Or is it to me? He looks like he's talking to thin air.
You see Dr. Sorensen pretty much kissing and talking loudly. This black figure in the foliage that you have no recollection, or as a meta stuff, you don't even see what they are seeing pretty much. They are not kissing a Neda. They are kissing like the silhouette of a human being, which is pretty much unknown to you.
Dr.
So-
Sorensen, what are you doing?
He goes, they've got my wife here. I don't know how she's even on this planet.
Doctor, that's a
Remember what
shadow.
we're supposed to say. It's you are nothing but an illusion.
Does it come out as Nade?
The way Dr. Puck spoke is this harsh, weird, deep language. And when your wife hears this, it starts growing older and older and withering away in your arms until you're holding a skeleton which slowly turns to dust and flies in the wind. You may give me, Sorensen, a sanity check.
27. I'm good.
Take one.
I mean, fair enough.
Yeah.
Question, because I'm usually at this point in games, I'm usually dead. At what point do I need to start worrying about sanity effects?
Only if you take 5 or more in one hit, and
Okay.
you need to keep track of a fifth of your currency.
I've got that. We're good until something massive happens.
Yeah, the climax is going to destroy your mind. So, with these words, you hear the radio pump up, and you hear the same voice saying, the desperate voice saying, you don't know what you're doing. They accepted it. They made a deal with it. And you've been sent here to finish the deal, but they don't understand. They think they can control it, but this is not click.
Can we broadcast on that radio?
Yeah.
Is
Circuit
this
Breaker 19.
Yeah. Heartache. Can we? I mean, it could, I don't know about the rest of you, but it seems that whatever we're dealing with here is clearly, one, fucking with us, but two, having made, especially after that transmission, some kind of deal with Artex. But I feel like we know enough at this point to drop the charade.
I think we know that the planet is obviously a prison for something, and it's made a deal with Artex or somebody to get out of this prison. And we're being tricked into doing whatever it is it needs us to do. I think, us triangulating and turning off the signal might be the wrong idea. I mean, that might be not what we're supposed to be doing. We should be, whatever this black stuff is we're supposed to pour on it, might release it, and this black oil.
I am of the same mind.
I'm actually curious. Did we hear the one transmission we got to or from the general on the same analog radio, or was that on our help?
Yeah. No. You hear the general on the same radio, but you're unsure how this antique piece of technology can pick up random frequencies.
The conundrum, though, Blanco, is that if we decide not to do what they want us to do, I think they'll just kill us, get somebody else to do it. I think that we're not the first ones who they sent out here to do it.
Figured this out. Yeah. Well, it could be a worse situation if we left this thing out. Like who, these ancient, they enforce whoever, they imprison this thing down here, and it wants to get out, and that could be worse for everyone than.
I don't know. There's so many parameters that, it could be that the Nada are themselves imprisoned here and want out, and Artax just wants to assist them.
I would kill to have a conversation with whatever is behind this.
And you just say that another voice pipes up from the radio, and this time it's this sweet melody, almost like a melody, and you feel dread coming down your spine, not because of the surgical scars, but because your vision blacks out and you are, as hearing this voice, you are transported back to the station and you are in front of this wooden door. You enter the wooden door, and this is where I will put the last bio break before the conclusion.
I don't need a bio break.
5 minutes later.
You are transported back to entering Dr. Gravity's office. You enter. This room is very dimly lit. You can sense this weird. It smells like decay, sour sweet. You see this large mahogany desk in the room, and you see 5 chairs are pulled in front of this desk. There is a humanoid figure behind the desk, but is concealed by the general darkness. And there is a lamp that creates a stark contrast landing on the mahogany desk. You hear this melodic, almost annoyingly cheerful voice that seems to be fabricated. And it says, "Oh, hi, my children. Please, would you kindly take a seat?"
We have a choice, or are we compelled?
Depends on if you do it willingly or unwillingly.
And this is a memory that we're having?
This is a memory.
Yeah. I'd assume that I would just go over and sit down.
Yeah, I sit down.
Yeah.
Then
Go
I
ahead.
say, I just say, Dr. Rabbit.
Oh, that is so correct. I'm so happy to see you. The figure leans forward, finally leaving light to land on them. I want all of you to give me a power roll.
Oh, big fail.
21 out of 49.
Fail.
12. I think
fail.
that's
Oh, I got a hard success. Sweet.
Perfect.
yeah, that's just right at my hard success. Yeah.
Those of you who succeeded will see one of the portraits. Those who failed will see the other. You all have a common string of thoughts. First, they speak in an unnatural, kind tone, and they have this wide mouth. Those of you that failed the power check kind of understand at the back of your mind that you're looking through a facade. You see this thing that tries probably to pose as a young, mid-30s, probably attractive to the people that may have passed the power check, woman. The others, you start to notice that the smile plastered on her face is almost a parody of the infomercial posters that you start to notice around plastered on this room. The smile stretches far too wide for a human face. It has pale skin that almost is stretched to fit the cranium underneath. And it has these wide eyes that never blink. and emit this soft yellowish glow from beneath them. You see this person. And she's like, oh my, such greatness, such amazing training. I see that you are more than ready to start the exploration project. I am so honored to have met architects that understand a brilliant mind from beyond the stars, as they probably see. Now, for the final preparations, would there be a reason that you may drive this mission to its fruition? Perhaps, and it's looking at each one of you, there is something or someone that you hold dear and you desperately want to meet them again or gain knowledge, power. Humans are so silly sometimes, and it starts producing this hoarse laughter that is almost, you don't see kindness. In fact, she has this predatory look on her face as she's pretty much laughing. And she never blinks, even when she laughs. She doesn't lean back. She then takes a vial from the desk. It's empty. And it starts vomiting this black tar into the vial. Filling it up, closes the lid, makes a good job at cleaning it, and it hands it to you.
Thanks.
And it's like, go, my children. We will do such great things together. Would you kindly close the door behind you when you leave this office? And you're brought back as you hear the same voice from the radio. Congratulations, you found the origin of the signal. My, you've been on your way for quite a couple of days. The time is nigh. I expect greatness from you.
Oh,
Yes,
just quick clarification.
As the transmission closes, I want all of you that failed the power check, you see nothing wrong with this. Those of you that succeeded the power check pretty much are shocked, feel this draining feeling. You all blink and you find yourselves in front of this temple-like structure. And you also feel this weird gold, you feel this weird liquid seeping from your nostrils. Taking a look at it, it's gold-like in color. And you almost recognize it as Dr. Borin, you recognize it as being part of the chip that you have read about. You are in front of this temple, which is the source of the signal. What do you do?
Well,
Just to clarify real quick, those of us who passed the power roll, we didn't see her in her gross big-mouthed form, or we did? That part I was unclear on.
Thank you. So was I.
Those of you that passed the power roll, you have kind of seen through the facade. You see the white mouth creature.
Let's look at those damn dolphins.
Flavor-wise for the story, you also, if you pass the power check, you've seen the black tar. If not, you seen her pour a substance from another vial.
Okay.
Well,
I've got the vial, and all of this seems perfectly fine and normal to me.
right. As someone who failed their power roll, I note down the coordinates. It's like my job entailed.
So, what do I do? Pour it on the
Hold up.
I don't think we got the instructions for that. What's wrong, Plyco?
Well,
You
I mean, I kind of remember.
You guys don't see, you didn't see her face, you didn't see her vomit that stuff into a vial?
She was
The
she was
black
quite
stuff?
attractive.
Did you tell us about the hard drive? Oh yeah, you did during the checkups with
Yeah.
the stealth.
Yeah.
This stuff, is it, what is this gold stuff coming on my nose? Is it that chip thing melting or something?
Yeah.
What is it?
It's to support the chip.
Actually, if you're curious, maybe if we poured out a little bit, I could have Ava here take a look at it.
What
In theory,
chip?
having my drone scan it to see what its composition is.
Good idea.
It might just explode.
Maybe.
I say, hang on. So this hard drive, right? That's what they said it was. As he's busy like wiping this stuff from his nose. I mean, what kind of data was it capable of? Like what scale are we talking here?
I can't say that I was able to determine that from what little I was able to see.
Well, the reason I ask is because we've all been making a lot of decisions that I don't think we've all been making.
Yes.
Um,
There's a part of me that suspects that maybe the people who've gone in before us have had this chip, and from the data that's been retrieved, they've been using it to manipulate our actions.
They said it was inside us
right.
in one of those
Yeah.
transmissions. So this chip must be in us. We got these damn scars on our neck, and then Dr. Gravitt's medicine dolphin, whatever that thing is. That's all
Yeah, please.
think-
I don't need to see that again.
And there's the signal affecting the chip as well.
I don't think we'd have a
You
way
think?
of knowing that.
Are you saying we should extract what was put in us if we have the means?
No, I think something leaving that much surgical scarring is beyond a field
Yeah.
kit.
field extraction.
Way beyond.
Oh, okay. Can I interject something here? We've all been affected. We think that there's something going wrong. We've obviously been experiencing hallucinations, but I clearly remember that Dr. Gravitz was a perfectly normal woman.
Yeah, me too.
She gave us this substance. I think that we're supposed to pour it on the.
I don't think
the
that's a
side of
good
the
idea,
temple?
Dr. Puck. I do not think that is a good idea.
I know, but it's just your hallucination.
I'm not sure of that.
I mean, are we that sure of much out here? Dr. Gravitz never really told us what to do with this. She just gave it to us.
Yeah, I think the implication being that
That
we
we'll
would
know.
or we'll get piloted. I mean,
Oh.
look, regardless of what, let's take the good doctor's instructions and set them aside for a moment. Out of all of the things that have happened to us, I mean, Planko, do you even remember driving us here?
Not to the temple. No.
Ellis, I mean, Eli, do you remember riding here?
Actually, and I want to take a look at my log and see if I've written anything extra or some things I can't remember, like besides coordinates and notes.
It's almost like you have walked on autopilot after finding the 3 coordinates to this location. This location is indicated by triangulating the coordinates.
Right.
And Victor, could you describe once again what's right in front of us here?
Okay, that's a very good question. You see this mausoleum-like structure that has a set of stairs going downwards inside the crust of the earth. beneath the level of the surface level.
So this probably goes somewhere down there. And
That doesn't.
I have a problem.
I mean, I think we all have problems at this point, Dr. Puck, but go on.
It's something I don't usually discuss with people, but it's kind of I have a real problem with stairs. I have a, what is it called? Bathmophobia. I am afraid of stairs and descents. That's why I always take elevators. So whatever this is, I gotta hand it off to one of you because there's no fucking way I'm going down those stairs.
Well,
I'm not going down there alone. I'm monophobia. I was trapped in the cave for a while. Mine collapsed. I don't want to go down there alone. I can maybe send my drone in, see if they can figure out what's down there.
I have. Well, we're all talking about our phobias and things.
I'll take
I happen
it.
to have pharmacophobia, which is an extreme fear of drugs, injections, anything chemical, medical put into my body. So I'm kind of flipping out that there is gold, like hard drive lubricant dripping out of my nose. That black stuff I saw her vomit into that jar, that is flipping me out.
Keeper, me and Dr. Puck, for failing the power check, do we also see the gold dripping out of everyone else's noses? Is it dripping out of ours?
You all see it.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but I always thought that my blood was made out of gold. No.
We have been kidnapped. We have been surgically altered. We have been taken advantage of without giving any information. This is not a normal situation. And I feel that what these people want us to do, I don't think we should be doing it.
Well, look, I'm all for fighting the corporation. I mean, I don't really like them.
I don't think
they
it's
just pay
just
me,
the
but
corporation.
what do you suggest we do? What? I mean, if we go back, they might shoot us. I don't know if there's a win situation here.
We certainly can't wander around the jungle.
Or the signal, I guess, or something. Yeah. Dr. Bourne, you've been quiet. You got any reservations about going in? Any ideas?
I'm going in. I'm not going in alone. I'm in your camp. I've got monophobia as well.
Well, I can get down a set of stairs. I mean, and I've got he takes out one of his, he's got like the.
Well, looks like Planko and Sorensen are the only ones who are willing to go down those stairs.
All right, well, why don't you hand it over to me?
Well, I've already given it to Dr. Sorensen.
Oh, okay. Dr. Sorensen, what do you think? We seem to be very like-minded individuals on this, if you understand what my meaning is. If we should go down, let's see what's down there at least before we do anything.
The two of us alone against the dark? I don't know.
No.
We've got comms. You can always tell us if you need us to come down there.
I mean, I am imagining we have some lights that we can put on us. We do live in 2401. There must be something, like a helmet, anything, like some kind of portable light we could carry. I mean, we don't just have to go into the darkness blind.
Do you want me to try and scan it out with Avi here? See if maybe they can get down there?
Does anybody have a light?
That's a great idea. Sending the drone. Now you have like a feedback.
Yeah,
maybe we send the drone down first.
I like pick up my terminal. I'm like, yeah, sure.
It could send video feedback. That's awesome. I mean, that would be and it's got a light, so.
Give
we
me
might
a
be able to keep it luck roll.
Sending the drone.
Question, the lighter, is it like ground penetrating? Could I just have it fly up and give us an idea of what's down there, or would it have to go down the stairs?
You can send it downstairs, or you can send it in the sky to map the surrounding area.
Okay, so inside we go. That's
what could
a failure.
Possibly go wrong?
Well, I guess we're going to find out.
You're going in. I can't go in.
Where did you send the drone? With the
Downstairs. Like, if I can't get an idea of what's underground that far by up, then
you get, like, if you send it downstairs, you see very faintly the drone advancing. At the end of the flight of stairs is a long catacomb-like corridor, and at the end is a weird pedestal, almost like the one you've seen at the other base, with this bright, glowing golden sphere on it.
and I'm kind of showing the whole party, like holding
Yeah.
Yeah.
You will definitely have time, and it will probably even record, but the signal suddenly cuts and the drone doesn't respond to your commands.
Oh, shit.
Shit.
God. I take the terminal and like just step back for a moment to try and gather myself. I need that drone. Or one of you needs to go get back. I've had that drone for a while. I don't want to lose it down there.
We'll bring the drone back up.
I even named them. I mean,
Does anybody else find it odd that we all have psychological condition?
I mean, I don't know. I don't have any problem climbing up.
No. But what I mean is that we've all, like, the entire group, like, why do we all have a phobia of some kind? Like, I think Boren and Brun said they were both monophobic. I've got an issue with the dark. Dr. Puck, you've got your stare thing, and Planko, you've got something else. Sorry.
He's
Apologies.
also monophobic, I think.
if they were choosing us for this mission, they picked the wrong people based on that.
Basically,
Right, but that's my point.
then maybe
Why would you pick 5 people who, in theory, can't or won't go into a confined dark place beneath the earth?
maybe they want us
Grateful
to,
to all of you.
maybe they want us to fail. And
Well,
You two were talking about some Dr. Sorensen. You were able to translate. You all saw something in the outpost that I was busy writing. You said something about a prison.
the name for the planet, correct me, Victor, if I'm misremembering this, the name for the planet in Nade translates as prison.
Yeah, that's correct.
So
I'm guessing if we're going to, God, it's like something out of a fantasy novel. If we're going to assume that the sphere we were looking at with the poor translation had already been damaged, right? It was in that sort of decayed state. And your drone just showed us a sphere that was, say, active and glowing with golden light. And this vomit monster wants us to, I'm willing to bet, pour whatever this black substance is on that sphere like it's some kind of arcane ward.
Block the signal.
I mean,
The pain in your head starts to
So as I'm afflicted with this sudden migraine, I go, oh, good, I'm right.
Do you all remember her calling us her children?
that was odd,
Oh,
but yeah,
I had really hoped to not remember that, but now that you've said it, yes.
it was weird.
I mean, who talks like that?
Priests, maybe?
Yeah, except that, even they don't really talk like that. My child, my children. What a
A
strange.
parent.
I don't know this woman.
Even parents don't usually say my children that often.
Right.
I mean, if she made something out of us, like altered us in some way, I mean, maybe she thinks
Or
of
if
us
she's
like her
some
children.
kind of
Yes. Yeah, creator.
priestess.
Maybe this mission was supposed to be some kind of transformative, not just for whatever that black stuff is and the orbs, but for us, we're not a good fit. If Dr. Gravitz knew all this, we're not a good fit for what she wanted.
I'm going to go over to the stairs and I am going to look absolutely ridiculous as I set down on the ground and scoot my butt onto the next step, and then very, very carefully, holding onto the walls, scoot myself onto the next step because I'm terrified of falling down the stairs.
I mean,
but I'm starting to go down.
If Dr. Puck can do it, then I guess we can.
Eli, you took the words right out of my mouth.
Okay, so
Gerhard's gonna have 2 flashlights, one in each hand, and it's constantly like almost like, I don't want to say like rave strobing, but trying to make sure as much of the darkness is like kept at bay as possible.
I'm actually gonna take my terminal for the drone and keep trying to get a signal, like search for it, so maybe I can receive something.
And if any one of them so much as brushes against my shoulder, I am going to scream like a woman at the top of my lungs.
I have got my rifle. I am ready to shoot, and I feel there might be like some kind of mounted light on it or something, but I'm ready to shoot. I kind of like walk by Dr. Puck and kind of look at him and kind of take the lead with the lights behind me from the others, and just, all right, I'm going to shoot anything that moves down there.
I was going to say, if we all have these phobias, I think, and we've all apparently decided that whatever we are doing is worth doing together, then I can easily see us like constantly checking in on all of us as we're moving down these stairs.
Like, Dr. Bourne, you doing all right?
Yeah.
You're entering the temple, and the pain starts to become unbearable. You almost barely keep conscience, and as you're going down these stairs, they seem to never end. They seem to go and go and go and go on. The darkness starts filling the stairs more and more. Even the lanterns that you have it's almost like they dim in intensity. And at a point,
not happy about that.
Dr. Sorensen, you are like probably trying to reassure yourself, and there's nobody there for a brief moment, and then suddenly you probably touch another of your friends in the expedition.
When you say there's nobody there, like, what do you mean?
It's almost like you got isolated for a very, very brief moment on time. Same for Alice, which, if I'm not mistaken, has some claustrophobia-like stuff. It's almost like this space bends itself to make it as impossible to progress as inhumanly possible. And I want all to give me a constitution roll as this pain is starting to get very, very sharp.
94.
Oh.
I'm wetting my pants.
49
is a 70. Regular.
49.
I got a hard.
A regular.
I got a hard as
regular.
Well.
I am torn between my terrifying phobia of the dark and my desire to say fuck you to this thing one last time.
You reach finally this pedestal, and those that failed the constitution roll, you hear a horrible crack and a sudden jolt of pain, but then it's almost like a blockage was removed, and it starts pouring a lot of this liquid out of your nose, this yellowish gold-like substance smudging on the floor. You sneeze, you blow your nose. Those that succeeded, you almost like are happy that you can reach, you kind of get this feeling that the sphere is doing this to you. Those of you that failed the constitution roll besides those effects, you're flooded with the memories of the people that you just obsessed about. And all becomes clear. They were never themselves. You were never yourself. They were you. Looking at your hands, Dr. Puck and whoever else failed, almost like a glitch, it changes into the hands of a completely different person. You also have all the experiences you had from now on, but you remember that you known a Dr. Puck. And they have mysteriously, the person that you think you were suffered an accident or mysteriously disappeared. And you understand the fact that you are your significant other from your mind. With this illusion lifted, you see the others slowly trying to crawl with the vial towards this globe, but you don't feel your phobias anymore. At all.
On. Sorry, just a clarifying question.
Yeah.
So those of us that made the con save.
Yeah, you're still fighting this thing while the others
are free.
Blessing or a curse might have lifted something from them.
Got it. Okay.
So we still think if we pass the con roll, we still think that we are who we are in this game. Okay, that makes sense.
I'm just going to suddenly yell, "Stop!" It's all coming back to me.
What is it, Dr. Puck?
I'm not Dr. Puck. I'm Kelly and Orion. I knew a Dr. Puck. Somehow those chips or something in our heads have been overriding our mental capabilities, but it's all coming back to me now. I think mine broke. It popped in my skull.
Ouch. You sure that's not just a side effect of something popping in your skull?
No, it's like things are much clearer all of a sudden. And I'm not feeling any pain anymore.
No.
Clearer? You think you're somebody else. What? That makes no sense.
No, all the pain and all the discomfort and everything, that was caused by the chip. And now it's broken. And we've all been lied to.
Well, I mean, I thought we had established that.
It's the
but
corporation.
I think now that the glowing sphere is releasing us from what they've done to us, I think we should just not pour that stuff over the sphere.
We've come to the same conclusion through two different paths. I am on board with this.
I am too.
Yeah, I mean,
but what's our alternative? Right? Just rot here behind the wall?
I'm not even afraid of the stairs anymore. That was all part of.
I'm going to take the vial because I don't have, at least I believe I don't have that compulsion at the moment. Hand it to who was once Dr. Puck, because I want to get closer to the sphere.
Yeah. As you're starting to go towards Dr. Puck, the radio, very corrupted, very crackly, is like, and I had so much hopes. Would you kindly pour the vial on the sphere? Everyone that succeeded the con roll, give me a power roll.
Oh boy.
Hey, I finally passed one. Hard
93,
success.
93, I failed.
That's it.
I got
for me as well.
58 out of 60.
Whew. 93, that's a fail.
You will pass the same experiences as Dr. Puck. you will feel a tremendous pain. The chips will crack, and you will remember that you are your significant other.
That's if we failed or passed.
Passed.
If you
If we
passed.
Okay.
Planko said he failed as well,
Yeah, I failed.
which is concerning because he's
You
the only
have-
one in the group with a gun.
You are completely compelled by the voice to do as it says, as much as possible.
Oh, I just had an idea. Hey, Victor, do I know enough Nade to insult this thing?
You know, all the
Yeah,
foul
sure.
language and the Nade language.
Oh yeah. I will rapidly as Rose Sorensen. So I'm assuming the way this works is we still have all of the memories and experiences of our loved ones.
Yeah, you have.
I will tap into that part that was once Gerhard Sorensen, and dredge up his knowledge of Proto-Indo-European and Old Norse, and just start rattling off just a blue streak of like old god curses down upon this, whatever this creature might be. And then I will notice that Planko is looking for that vial.
Yeah.
And if you put the vial in my hands, I'm going to turn away from the sphere.
I
and
did
just
100%.
chuck it. I'm going to turn away from the sphere and just chuck it back towards the stairs where it should smash on the stairs instead of pouring it over the sphere. And then Planko's got the gun. So
yeah, we're not out of the woods yet.
Yeah.
Planko wants to pour that, but he is loyal to the team. He's not going to shoot anyone. His job is to get you in, protect you while you're here, and get you out. Now it's time to get you out. We need to get out of here. The job is over. There's nothing we can do. We destroyed the vial. We need to get out of here. So everyone, back up the stairs and let's get in. Let's get in the van.
Well, what is the GM weigh in on this situation?
So,
the word compelled was used.
yeah.
I like it, but I'm going to say, roll me, Planko, just one more power check. This is not to decide if you're shooting, because this makes complete sense, and I agree with it. You are not going to pull the trigger on fellow colleagues. But there is something as you're leaving this mausoleum. You'll start going.
I'm not feeling good about the vial being smashed. That is a 47, which is it's a power, right?
Yeah.
My power is 62, so that is a pass.
Nice.
Going past this thing, you almost had the urge to slip your fingers in it and go back to the sphere, but you resist it. You all climb outside this. In fact, I'm going to leave it as a conclusion for you of what you actually want to do from this point.
are there any other facilities on this planet, like other stations or other flying space ports? Or
yeah, you can probably find. So you exit the zone. You know how to orient yourselves, and you may very well go to a distant port, pausing. You have some ratios of food with you. You make several stops, and give me the lowest luck. Give me the collective luck roll, the final roll again.
I'm down to 27.
And I've still got 60.
low.
So
yeah, my luck is where'd it go? Oh, there it is. Mine's 57. So yeah, it's not that.
Sounds like it's gonna be
27.
All right, Sorensen, you got us here. Get us out of here.
Okay.
Mos Eisley, you'll never
I rolled
find
a
a place with
71.
more.
71.
Ooh.
You leave and you reach an airport, and everything is an airport, a spaceport to actualize it. You don't get entrapped. You get on a shuttle. Everybody seems normal here. They don't have this weird staring in the distance and anything. And you leave with a commercial space shuttle. There are more people around here. You don't recognize them, except as you're leaving and you are thinking what you will want to do, you cannot shake the feeling of being watched, but you have the feeling that this is not because of the zone. And turning around, you see on two small seats in the shuttle, the cybernetic enhancements and the two agents smiling at you, not more than a human may smile, but they nod to you. And the ship leaves with you all. And this is where Ergolang Faust will end.
Wow.
Okay.
Oh.
Nice. Thank
We
you.
saved the world.
We did.
Yay!
We actually
Ooh.
we actually A, survived and B, succeeded in a Call of Cthulhu game.
This is
Until
awesome.
she just sends another group in there and
Well,
with another little bottle of vomit.
Oh.
There'll just be a little drone down there, sad as
I-
alone.
Rose Sorensen will forever live with the regret of not being able to read more of what was on that pedestal.
That was great. So tell us
Yeah.
what was going on.
Thank you. Well, so this is how I imagined it. And the game was run 2 times. You saved the world, at least postponed something. The first group failed a hilarious altercation and pretty much shattered the sphere. I prefer to give more options in this version for people to kind of figure out what is going on. You have been experimented on and have been installed with a specific chip that has NEDA technology in it. It has this weird, viscous, cerebral fluid from the dolphin creatures that you have encountered on the planet, which has been studied to be a fluid, very good medium for storage of information, but it also can store instructions. Artex found the zone and Thaumiel through conventional mining methods, but they broke the seal, the sphere that you found, which released what I call a deceiver or gravits, which is pretty much an unearthly impersonator that struck a deal with Artex, and Artex took it. The impersonator wants the zone to die, to shut off, because the signal is effectively keeping it on the planet. Should you corrupt the sphere and finally destroy it, you would have woken up being saved by Artex, and with gravits going to each one of you to congratulate you that they can finally explore the zone and put their hands on forgotten NEDA technology that is inaccessible for them. But indeed, you pretty much escaped the chip, which was made to store a separate identity on your mind, because the signal drills into the head of the people that try to stop it. It understands. It has self-awareness, and it understands if people try to stop it. It's a prison. It's a warden created by the NEDA.
So I was right. The signal is sentient.
Yeah. The
Okay.
signal is good, but it doesn't have the good orthodox methods of doing it. It will outright kill, as you have seen, melt the brains of other exploration teams that tried to interfere.
Awesome.
So can
That's
you
cool.
explain?
Yeah.
Can you explain the book? Open Sesame, Closed Sesame.
You are practically capable, as long as you don't compromise the chip, to translate wide available NEDA language. Should you not broken the chip, or at least looked in this final sanctuary, there is endless NEDA writing that can give hints on how to destroy gravits once and for all, but you have destroyed the chip, so you cannot translate it anymore. The untranslatable things, although this is a little bit given ambiguously because it ties into the overall story, is implanted by entities like gravits to hinder translation of the NEDA language. NEDA might, to give it a teaser for other installments, might have contacted something that ended their existence. And you might come in contact with that same entities.
Really great game.
Yeah.
Mhm.
A lot of fun. And all the players, a lot of fun role-playing.
Yeah,
That's cool.
this is great.
We'll go ahead and finish up the game. Our players included Zach Wood, Brandon Eubank, Gordon Lewis, Joe Bardalis, and myself with Victor Graur as the Keeper of Arcane Lore. We have a Discord server where you can chat with other members. You can set up private games. You can learn the finer arts of gameplay and game mastering. We provide audio-only versions of our shows free for you to download from Spotify, Podbean, or iTunes. Support for the show is provided by our patrons who are listed in the closing credits. If you would like to show us your appreciation, please visit our Patreon page, or you can use the thanks button just below the screen. Like, share, and subscribe to our channel and punch the bell icon for updates on our latest shows. And leave us some comments. We enjoy reading them and answer any questions you might have. This is Thom Raley, together with all the members of our gaming club, inviting you to journey with us once again into the darkness for another adventure into the universe of H.P. Lovecraft and the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game. Until next time, good luck and good gaming.